Good morning. It is Wednesday, April 30th. We will start this committee day with Public Works Committee number 2. If we will read the first item, please.
Test. Item 1 is a resolution to accept the public improvements and to release the subdivision performance bond, cashier's check dated June 18, 2021, that secured the improvements to Cordova Ridge PD 4th Amendment Phase 12 Parcel 11B PD 09-302CC, sponsored by Commissioner David Bradford Jr.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Morrison. Good morning. You've got a report for us?
Just a little bit of something. My name is Ahmad Namati. We are releasing this project, and it's been approved. It's 51 lots, and we recommend approval.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any commissioners in the queue, so let's take this item to a vote.
Okay.
All right, if all commissioners have cast their votes, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Morrison, and Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation on item number 2. Thank you.
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract with Abe's Contracting LLC in the amount of $1,196,000 and an extra work allowance in the amount of $120,000 for a total amount of $1,316,000 for the sewer rehabilitation project from the American Rescue Plan Water Infrastructure Grant Funds. This item requires the appropriation of state American Rescue Plan grant funds in the amount of $1,316,000, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I have seconded the item. Mr. Mason with a report.
Yes, sir. My name's Chris Mason, Shelby County Engineering. This resolution awards the construction contracts to Abe's Contracting for the American Rescue Plan Water Infrastructure Grant under the Sewer Rehabilitation Project. This project consists of the replacement or elimination of 4 aging sewer pump stations. The pump stations are located on Sledge Road, Armour Road, Chart Ridge Drive, and Mount Pisgah School. The American Rescue Plan program has a match calculated based on the ability to pay index. Per this formula, a match of 15% has been applied to Shelby County's grant allocation. However, Shelby County has previously funded a significant portion of the design and program management services with local funds that are being applied to this match. Thus, a match allocation is not needed with this appropriation. Local preferences are not applied to the state of Tennessee grant funds. However, this contractor is both a minority business enterprise and a locally owned small business. And we have received the contractor's Title VI self-survey. Administration recommends approval of this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. I might add that the owner is a black male also. I just happen to know that. So, all right, Commissioner Sugarman in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And so a few questions. And so you're replacing what again?
Yes, so Chris Mason, Shelby County Engineering. So there are aging lift stations, and they're basically low areas where the gravity sewer comes together, and then we have to pump it to another location. So these are 20 years plus on each one, kind of being held together with Band-Aids and old equipment.
Okay.
So this one is going to completely replace 3 of them, and then we're going to eliminate one of them and actually gravity to a new City of Memphis, well, relatively new City Memphis subdivision that wasn't there back when the school was built at the Mount Pisgah School. So that will significantly reduce our costs for maintenance, and then elimination of utilities completely at the one station where we're going into a gravity.
And how often are they replaced?
These have not been replaced since they were
Okay.
put in. So parts have been replaced, but not the entire lift station. And these lift stations now, instead of using like vacuum pumps and stuff like that, use electronics and sensors in them, so they're a lot more reliable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Mason, tell me, how old is the pump out at Mount Pisgah School?
I don't have an exact date, but I know that that pump was put in when they converted a bus depot that was out there to collect the sewer from the school that they put out there, and converted that or got rid of the bus depot that was out there. And then they had to tie on a couple, 3 residents, I believe, to the system because they all went to a lagoon. And the sewage was being treated by a lagoon, and then when they converted that over, that's when they put in the pump station and pumped it to the city of Memphis.
So this, to your knowledge, I'd like to know how old this pumping station is. So if you can find that out and get that back to me. And then one other thing I'd like to try and understand, how do you, so are we saying these are the oldest, most in need pumping stations in Shelby County? How do we determine the need to
Well,
change out?
we only have 5 total. The other one's Martin Road, which is the end of the line.
5
actually
total in Shelby County?
In Shelby County.
Okay, okay.
That we maintain.
But there are others that we do not maintain?
The city of Memphis maintains several of their lift stations that are.
In
have
Shelby
been-
County?
Yeah, that have been de-annexed or something like that.
Okay.
So we have 5. The Martin Road one is where Sledge Road, Armor Road go to, and that had been recently kind of upgraded, some new pumps put in that one.
Okay. So if we do not change out these, what happens?
Well, we are spending a lot of money replacing pumps, vacuum pumps, and they get clogged, and we have to do the hoses. The wet wells in them are
What does it do to
eroding.
communities? What happens to communities if we don't do this?
If we don't have a sewer system, then we have serious problems with pollution and overflows and stuff like that, especially this one Sledge Road pumping station. If it fails or goes down, it doesn't come out just in the area where our little lift station is. The low manhole is actually out on Sledge, on South Knoll, where it comes out, and then it'll go down into a storm drain, and we've got to clean it all out, so it's.
So in the past, you've just been patching it, right? Okay. For how long?
Since I've been here, since 2008, it's been around that we've been patching it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's see the results.
We have aye votes. Please add me. I don't see my name.
Please show Commissioner Sugarman as an aye.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Morrison, Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes Public Works. I don't believe Commissioner Avant is here, but I will go ahead and call to order Committee Number 5, Land Use, Planning, Transportation, and Codes. If we could read the first item, please.
Item 1 is an ordinance second reading, Ordinance amending the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code as adopted by Shelby County on August 9, 2010, to approve a zoning district change pursuant to Chapter 9.5 for property in unincorporated Shelby County located at 10827 U.S. Highway 64, being case number Z2024-011CO, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant.
Thank you. I have moved this item. I'm not seeing Commissioner Mills has seconded it. I appreciate that. Mr. Ragsdale, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Bradford. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. This is a request for a rezoning. We did discuss this at Committee 1 on first hearing, so the applicant is here. If you want to have any questions for them, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any commissioners in the queue. We did discuss this on the first reading, so let's take this item to a vote. Commissioner Sugarman, I see you're in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question. So, what district is this?
This is Commissioner Mills' district.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, and then the next thing, let's see. It says zoning district change, and what changes have been made?
Brett Ragsdale with DPD. This would be a change from conservation agriculture to CMU 3, commercial mixed use 3, a portion of the property.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. All right. Yes, Commissioner Brooks.
I'm trying to get back in. I do have a question. Am I recognized?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you. One question in reference to engaging the community. Since we're rezoning this and that area is primarily agricultural, have we reached out to the community, and do we have we had meetings with the neighboring residents?
Brett Ragsdale with DPD. Yes, Commissioner Brooks, there were 25 notices sent out to the neighboring residents, and the applicant held a neighborhood meeting on December 23rd.
You had one meeting?
They had one neighborhood meeting. We sent the notices, and then we had the Land Use Control Board meeting where it was heard.
That was at City Council, right?
At the Land Use Control Board.
At City Council?
No, ma'am. It's the case goes to, it's a board that hears these cases.
I know what the board is.
Sure.
What location? Where do they meet?
The neighborhood meeting
No.
was
Go ahead.
the Land Use Control Board.
Yes.
They do meet in council chambers.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're not counting that one. So you're saying to me that you had a meeting on December 23rd, one day before Christmas Eve, 2 days before Christmas. How many people showed up?
I'm not sure. The applicant is here, and they held the meeting. We can see if they have that information.
David Bray with the Bray Firm, 2950 Stage Plaza North. I believe, I don't have the sign-in sheet with me. I believe we had 8 of the 25 that were notified that were at that neighborhood meeting. I can get that sign-in sheet for you.
Okay, help me to understand, 8 of 25, so there were only 25 residents that you know could be impacted by this change?
That was based on the notification required by DPD. I think it's 750 feet. I think actually on this one, to get to the minimum 25, we had to go out farther because of the size of the parcels. Mm-hmm. So I don't remember. I think we had a 1,000-foot or 900-foot notification from the subject property.
Okay. Well, I'm curious about the timing of the community engagement meeting. I certainly would not have been there. And most people I know related to and looked like probably would not have been there on December 23rd. So, but if you all think you've satisfied that community engagement, that's fine. I hope it goes well. Thank you.
Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. This is in my district. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman, for asking, because it flew through the first reading. Everybody voted and didn't bother to ask whose district it was in, and I abstained on that. But this did pass the Land Use Control Board. There is no opposition, and this is along the Highway 64, correct?
Correct, and
Yeah.
it's limited just to the frontage.
Yeah, so this is a multi-lane highway again. Storage facilities are in high demand out there. So this, to my knowledge and from what I know and being involved, there is no opposition. It did pass the Land Use Control Board, and it is just a sliver of land, basically, on a very large property.
It's a sliver, and we've got it narrowed down so that really there'll be nothing close to the frontage of the road. Everything will set back
And
away from the road.
access is right off 64, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the only access.
Okay. I am in favor of this, Commissioner Sugarman, since you asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. And if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Morrison, Commissioner Brooks abstain. We have 4 aye votes, 1 abstain.
Thank you. This item will go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2, please.
Item 2 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, waiving the time-lapse requirement of subsection 9.6.13A of the Unified Development Code to allow applicant of case known as PD 2023-008 to refile a similar application for consideration by the Memphis and Shelby County Land Use Control Board and the Shelby County Commissioners, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
Thank you. I have moved this item. It has been seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Mr. Ragsdale with the report.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Yes, this item was heard before this commission 2 years ago, and it was rejected. That did go through our office first. We recommended approval, Land Use Control Board, but there were some issues with the neighbors. And my understanding is that the applicant has now worked with the neighbors and gotten them to agree to some conditions that they would be supportive. And so this is to actually let the case go back through that process. So if the commission were to vote to suspend the 5-year limit, there's a condition in the UDC that requires a 5-year time period to wait if something's rejected. That can be waived, and that's what this request is. And so if it were to be waived, it would go back through the entire process again, and then if it were to get back to you, then you would have the final decision.
All right, thank you. This item is in my district. I am aware of this. Initially, I was opposed to this development because the neighborhood was not in favor of it. But since then, the developer has done a good job of meeting with the neighbors. I've talked to the neighbors as well, and they are on board with the changes that the developer has planned to make to the item. So I'm supportive of this. Commissioner Brooks.
So is this just the resolution to, thank you, refile, to allow you to refile, the applicant to refile? That's all, that's what we're doing here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after this, if this passes, then you will come back with another resolution with the actual
That's
issue?
correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so, well, Commissioner Bradford, I'm calling your name. So I'm going to vote for this because you say that the neighbors are on board, and if they are on board with this, then I'm certainly satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. And to your point, this just restarts the whole process for them. So they will have some more neighborhood meetings and that kind of stuff, but obviously the neighborhood should already be on board with it. So it should move pretty smoothly this time. So thank you for your comments. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners have had an opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. This item will go down with a favorable recommendation. I've got 8:53, so we can go ahead and jump into community services. I do not see Commissioner Caswell or Avent. Y'all want me to keep rolling? I'll keep rolling. All right. We will start community services, committee number 8. If we could read the first item.
Item 1 is a resolution amending the FY 2025 grant fund operating budget in the amount of $6,700 for the period of July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025 to utilize grant funds from the Tennessee Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence, the Coalition, for providing direct emergency assistance for victims of crime. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2025 grant funds in the amount of $6,700, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
Thank you. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Ms. Bromley, good morning.
Good morning. Sandy Bromley, Director of the Division of Community Services, here today on behalf of the Crime Victims and Rape Crisis Center, long title. This grant is for this fiscal year, so we are just requesting permission to accept the $6,700, which will help us better serve victims of sexual violence in our community. And the administration recommends approval of this item.
Thank you so much. It is also National Denim Day, I believe. I see a few people in denim, including, there you go, Ms. Thomas over here. So thank you all for participating in that. We do have Commissioner Sugarman in the queue.
Thank you so much, Chair. And so $6,700 doesn't seem like very much money. I do support this, but I'm just wondering, was this a grant from the CEP money, or is this a different grant?
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Sandy Bromley. This is a grant from the state Coalition to End Domestic and Sexual Violence. They are a nonprofit organization. They got a bucket of money and they distributed it throughout the state. And so you're right, it's not very much money, but that's exactly how we cobble things together in the division, right? 80% of our budget is grants. And so we're always cobbling different amounts of money to try to serve our community best.
What was the total amount that the state had to divvy up among all the counties? Do you know?
I do not know the answer to that.
Can you find out? I'm just
Absolutely.
curious.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. And if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's look at the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, and Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. This item will go down with a favorable recommendation. All right. Don't see Chairwoman Clay Bibbs or Vice Chairman Mikhail Lowry. So we'll keep rolling. All right. I'll call to order committee number 1, Budget and Finance. If we could read the first item.
Item 1 is a discussion item to last approximately 15 minutes. Shelby County Mayor's FY 26 proposed budget presentation. Mayor Lee Harris presenting.
I don't see Mayor Harris. I see several other staff. My understanding is this item is going to be pulled. Is that right? Okay. All right. There has been a request to pull this item and to take it back up at the next committee meeting on May 14th. As this doesn't have any, I see the budget chair here. She is staring at me. I may let her sit down and I'll be quiet. We're on item number 1, the discussion of the budget, but from what I've heard in the room this morning is this is going to be presented on the 14th instead of today.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Do you want to take it from here?
I can.
All right. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you, Commissioner Bradford. Let's see where we are. All right. Madam Parliamentarian, you can read item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution receiving and filing the March 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you so much, Madam Parliamentarian. Deputy Director Schombaum. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sugarman and is the mover, and Commissioner Bradford is the seconder. Deputy Director Schonbaum.
Good morning, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. Per usual, you have before you the monthly general operating statement. This is for the month ending March 31st. Total revenue as of March 31st was up $37.5 million versus the prior year, driven by higher property taxes and offset by lower fines and fees and interest income. Property tax revenue is up $40 million as compared to prior year due to the higher allocation of the penny. We're also a little bit further along in collections than in prior year. So we are, we will have a little bit trailing in on property taxes, but for the most part, we are fully collected now. Other local taxes are up $1.6 million due to higher business taxes. State revenue is up $1.1 million due to some higher state reimbursements. Federal and local revenue is up $1.9 million, again, driven by higher reimbursements, this time from the city of Memphis rather than the state. Fines and fees are down $4.8 million. That's I'd say the largest moving target right now in our budget. The General Sessions performed a post-audit cleanup in FY24, and so we anticipated that revenue would be lower this year than last year. Personnel interest is also down a little bit. That's as the Fed started cutting rates, we see interest down a little bit versus prior year. Personnel expenditures are up $19.2 million or 8.3%. This, of course, we had the 6% salary-wide salary increase that began in January, and as stated throughout the year, the county's pension contribution was elevated this year due to a change in pension mortality law. O&M expenditures are up $11.7 million versus prior year. Drivers of this increase: supplies, materials, insurance, professional fees. Again, this is consistent with what we've been seeing throughout the year, just things cost more than they used to. With that, I will open it up for questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. As of now, I don't have any commissioners in the queue.
Okay, I do have just one item to add, if I may. Again, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. I do want to note that the county's credit ratings were affirmed at AA1, AA+, which we were very pleased, and so we've moved forward with our debt offering.
Thank you for that update. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Bradford, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 3, please?
Item 3 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County Chancery Court FY 2025 General Fund Operating Budget in an amount not to exceed $90,796, reflecting revenue collections, and to amend the FY 2025 Position Control Budget, increasing salary and fringe benefits for 14 full-time employees. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, this item was deferred in March 26, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Bradford. Do we have someone here from Chancery by any chance? All right, there we go. Clerk Hall.
Good morning, Commissioner. We deferred this matter for Chancery Court to get the results of the compensation study, and as it appears that we not had any final results, we would like to defer this again.
Thank you so much. I don't have the calendar in front of me, but after the May 14th presentation of the mayor's budget, is that your thought process?
Based on the consultant's, data, which none of us have seen, I would like to wait till after that to be able to absorb it and be able to either withdraw my request or alter it.
I think one of the dates, it was May 4th that was mentioned in subcommittee that they would have the next phase. So that subcommittee is May 4th. I'm going off the top of my head. Ms. Thomas? So May 7th, do you want to have the conversation in subcommittee on the 7th, or do you want to bring it back to committee on the 14th?
No, I think it'd be wise to push it even further, just to have the right data in front of us, because I heard that meeting, and he said something about a couple weeks after that.
He
so,
did.
Yeah.
He did. So what is the committee, the 21st, May 21st?
That would be fine, thank you.
All right, can I move this item to May 21st committee?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we accept that?
That's a budget subcommittee on the 21st.
So what's the actual committee date?
28th is the next, after the 14th. The 28th will be the committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. May 28th, the actual committee date. Thank you. Second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. Thank you, Clerk Hall. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 4?
Item 4 is a resolution amending the FY 2025 operating budget and appropriating and expending funds for the purposes of addressing poverty, education, healthcare, and various other needs in Shelby County. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 general funds in the amount of $540,000, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, Commissioner Shante K. Avant, Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr., Commissioner Charlie A. Caswell Jr., and Commissioner McKell Lowry.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I will second it. We actually have a substitute for this particular item. Thank you. I'll make a motion to suspend the rules, just so that we can accept this particular substitute because it has come with us without a red line. Second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we accept that without objection? Ms. Nora, are there any changes into the caption? Ms. Green, any changes regarding the caption?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. All right, I will hand it over to Ms. Green.
Is
The caption should reflect a new amount,
Gotcha.
so
Okay.
you may want to read the new caption.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Madam Parliamentarian.
Thank you so much. The amended caption, the substitute caption for item 4 is a resolution amending the FY 2025 operating budget and appropriating and expending funds for the purposes of addressing poverty, education, healthcare, and various other needs in Shelby County. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 general funds in the amount of $665,000, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, Commissioner Shante K. Avant, Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr., Commissioner Charlie A. Caswell Jr., and Commissioner McKell Lowry.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. All right, I think we're now back on track. All right, Ms. Nora.
Thank you, Chairwoman Bibbs, for hearing this item before the Budget and Finance Committee today. Thank you to all the commissioners here. My name is Nora Sarsour Ishmael, just Nora Sarsour without the ball and chain, so that's just, it's easier for everybody. I'm a special assistant in the Office of Innovation in the Mayor's office. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here before you today presenting a resolution to support several nonprofit organizations that provide vital services in Shelby County. The funding to support this resolution is in the amount of $665,000, was previously encumbered for a project that did not advance. In the spirit of collaboration, together with Commission body and members of the community, we propose reallocating these encumbered funds to the listed organizations for the benefit of residents of Shelby County. I'd like to personally thank Commissioner Bibbs, Commissioner Avant, Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner Caswell, and Commissioner Lowry for making time to take my calls, reply to texts and emails, and ultimately your willingness to sponsor this resolution that we believe is necessary for the betterment of the community. This resolution is a testament to what we can do as a community and Shelby County government come together. I'd also like to take a moment to thank Commission staff, who I pester all the time, so thank you all so much, and Clay Perry. And they're working behind the scenes. And finally, the finance team, Director Tipton and Deputy Director Michael Thompson, in supporting this. Joining us this morning are esteemed members of the community whose work and dedication continue to make every part of the county a better place. So in the audience, I want to acknowledge Ms. Sharice Scott, the CEO and founder of Sister Reach, based out of Orange Mound, Ms. Nefertiti Oren, the president and CEO of Clean Memphis, Mr. Lewis Moore, president and military retirees tri-state area and retiree of the Shelby County Schools, with his guest as well. And finally, I want to introduce Dr. Stacy Spencer. Dr. Spencer is a director and senior pastor at New Direction Church, one of the most influential pastors in Shelby County. And now, Chairwoman, if you would allow it, I want to give Dr. Spencer an opportunity to speak.
Absolutely. Dr. Spencer?
Great. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you on today. And more importantly, thank you for continued commitment to community transformation through your strategic investment in grassroots organizations. Your support for nonprofits like Power Center Community Development Corporation, Sister Reach, Clean Memphis reflects a deep understanding of what it takes to move Shelby County forward, not just from the top down, but from the ground up. As Les Villio, the Executive Director of the Tennessee Office of Faith-Based Funding, said last week to a group of pastors, he said, I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news, I'm going to give it to you first, is that help is not coming from anywhere else to change the wicked problems we have in our communities. It falls on a lot of nonprofits and churches. But the good news is that we have partners within Shelby County and the local government to help get some of these things solved. Government is not the answer to the greatest challenges we face. Faith and community partners play a critical role in ensuring every Tennessean can reach their fullest potential. This truth is on full display right here in Shelby County, where your intentional investment in nonprofits is not just appreciated, it's essential. Organizations like Power Center, Sister Reach, and Clean Memphis, and others are on the front lines of addressing generational poverty, reproductive justice, food insecurity, educational gaps, and environmental injustice. But we cannot do this work alone. The effectiveness of these nonprofits is magnified by the partnership and support of the Shelby County government. Your grants are not just financial line items, they are lifelines. They represent hope for families, dignity for women, stability for youth, and restoration for entire communities. We stand here today not only to thank you, but to reaffirm our shared commitment to the people of Shelby County. We believe that through continued collaboration, strategic investment, and public-private partnerships, we can make Memphis a model of what equity, empowerment, and holistic community care truly look like. Thank you again for seeing us this morning and hearing us and standing with us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Spencer. Before I go to the queue, I do want to, for the record, Ms. Norris, state that since the caption changed, can you explain why it changed?
Sure. So apologies for this last minute. So there's an additional $125,000 that will be going to Lamone Owens Community Development Corporation in partnership with city leadership. And we always try to, take advantage of these opportunities, and we didn't want that to be missed. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. All right, I'll go to the queue. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. First of all, what is city leadership?
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks, for your question. So City Leadership is really a fantastic organization. Their goal is to make more and better leaders in Memphis. So whether that be through teachers in our community or business owners, they provide them and train them with tools to be successful. So if it's like a teacher, how does a teacher need more certification? Does a teacher need more help in her classroom? It's through programs like that they're helping folks.
And Commissioner Brooks, I'll just add, we'll have representatives from city leadership here on Monday.
Okay.
And Commissioner Whaley has worked really closely with them, and he'll also be able to speak on it.
Okay. I guess that's kind of interesting that you're developing leaders all in the same training session across the board, teachers, et cetera, et cetera. normally organizations sort of stick to one specified expertise, if you will, but you're going across the board, right?
I believe so, Commissioner Brooks. But again, we'll have the experts here for you on Monday to be able to better answer that question. And if we can get an answer to your question between now and Monday, we'll make sure to email it to you as well.
I appreciate that. And Madam Chair, I'd like to be added as a sponsor.
All right, Commissioner Brooks would like to be added as a sponsor. I will second that. Can we accept that without objection? So moved. All right, Commissioner Bradford, you're in the queue.
Thank you. You may have mentioned it, and I apologize if you did. I was looking to see how this had changed. The funding from this is actually coming from leftover funds from the ARP state, what is it here, water infrastructure. I assume those funds are no longer needed and that project is done and that type of thing. We don't need to.
That's correct, Commissioner Bradford.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. We actually have 2 appearance cards regarding this item. First, I'll call up, and let me apologize if I do say this incorrectly, so when you come up, please correct me. Obasai Kita. If you come up, state your name and your address for the record. Yes, sir.
My name is Hobasi Kayete.
Thank you.
I live at 4096 Pfizer Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, zip code 38111. I'm a member of South Africa Committee.
Would you like to say something?
Yes. Dear Honorable Board of Commissioners, again, my name is Hobasi Okiri Kayete. I am with my wife, Abiyo. My daughter, Aaliyah, she wasn't able to be here because she's in the 11th grade in high school at Overton High School, participating in ROTC. She has a GPA of 3.0. And again, Aaliyah is the real reason why I'm here. We are a part of a retired military group for students to travel to South Africa, which is under the direction of our leader and director, Mr. Lewis Moore. I sit here before you as a parent, American citizen, retired FedEx employee, and an honorable discharged military veteran, asking for both your support and aid for this educational trip to South Africa, as to us, we as a group are also working hard to get monies for it. So we think that this will be a great opportunity for the students, and it'll put Memphis on the map. I want to thank you for your time, and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for the correct pronunciation of your name for me. Thank you. Just for clarification, before I call our next appearance card, this particular speaker is speaking to which item? We just want to have everything lined up.
Sure, yes, ma'am. They are all speaking to the South Africa trip.
Okay, but according to our Exhibit A,
Yes,
what does it line up with?
Apologies, Commissioner. So that would be the Military Retirees Tri-State Area Organization.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Our next appearance card is Sheila Webb. If you can come up, state your name and your address for the record. You will have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Webb. My address is 4285 Willow Way Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38141. I'm here also, I have an organization called the Comforter Foundation, and our main goal is to help in the community for bereavement families. And also, my organization is here today as a sponsor for the South Africa project. It is very important to us that we do what we can for our community and our children. And it is an honor for me to be one of the sponsors to help the children to be able to travel to South Africa to have this wonderful, wonderful experience. So we're here today to do whatever we can, and we're asking for your support also to help them reach their goals.
Thank you so much. We do have another commissioner in the queue, Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. My question, so these funds, the account number, that's an ARPA fund, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. I thought we were locked in ARPA fund-wise, like everything was established already.
Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that up. So the funds were previously allocated for a project, federal, and these were federal grants for this project, and that project was not able to advance. So in the meantime, we were having discussions with the community and the commission board of things that could possibly be funded should that other project not work out. And unfortunately, it didn't, but here we are today trying to fund these projects in place.
Okay, here's my concern. I don't want to pay the feds money if we're changing at this late date. That's my concern here, dealing with ARPA funds after the deadline. That's my first question.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So Director Tipton is here to answer your question.
Thank you. Good morning. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The way the final ruling worded it was that if there were any projects that we had encumbered with using ARPA funding, if something came up and that project did not move forward and those funds fell to the bottom, right? Because the project didn't move forward. If we estimated how much we thought another project would be and did an MOU for that prior to December 31st, 2024, then we could use that funding for everything that we had on that list. So when the final ruling came out, it was late December. We decided, just in case, because we didn't know if anything like this would occur, I think the mayor reached out, or other people reached out, and we polled people and got a list of potential projects or things, just in case, because it's not guaranteed. It's just an MOU, and these are all included on that list.
So how much other funds could be in limbo or utilized differently?
I have no idea. Right now, everything looks like it's moving forward. I was notified in February about this project. the
Okay.
sewer project.
Now, this water infrastructure project, what happened there? What's now not being done again?
Well, I can't speak to the details on it.
So the project is just, we'll have more details for you right after this meeting, or we can email you, or we can discuss it further on Monday. I don't want to misspeak on what exactly happened, but we know that it cannot advance in the state that's in.
Well, then I have a lot more questions.
I'm happy to answer all of them, Commissioner. If I can't right now, I promise we'll connect after this.
I'm back in the queue.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. So we don't know what happened to the water infrastructure money to allow this money to be ARPA money to be reallocated to many nonprofits for this?
So I'm going to have Director Cliff Norval talk more to this, and I don't think that will be a possibility today. Monday, would that suffice, Commissioner?
Okay, I'm not going to vote on this today because I need some questions answered on not the cause, but the funding, connect the dots of how this came about. But I do have a question. The military retirees, the people, this is for a trip? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are they all military people and military families?
Yes, that is
Have they
correct.
all been connected with a veteran service officer to receive all the benefits that they are owed for their service?
Yeah, I believe so, and I will get you that answer after this commission meeting.
Okay, because we need to make sure, actually,
Yes, ma'am.
any nonprofit we give money to, we need to make sure
Absolutely.
that they receive their benefits, because that's just money and benefits that they've already heard sitting there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for flagging that one.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, I'm trying to further understand this. Is this Director Tipton? Did she leave? Oh, she's behind the wall. Okay, I'm just thinking of a project that we talked about last year, maybe, that was opera funds, and it had been sitting there, an engineering project, and I had some questions about it because it had been sitting there for quite a while before I came on board. So is this similar to that kind of thing?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I'm not sure if it is specifically that project.
I mean, just similar to
Similar,
that. It's
yes.
just been sitting there, and I inquired because it had been there so long, even a year after I came on board. So I inquired about whether or not we could just go ahead and make use of those funds because obviously what it looked like that project was not going to move. So I was just wondering if this is similar to that.
I think the point, Commissioners, is we also don't want to return dollars to the federal government, and we
Right.
did everything we could legally. We worked with legal to make sure that we had these MOUs in place that were going to be required by the federal government as just in case. And as it turns out, something has come up, and so we've gone back to that list and seen what we can do with those funds in coordination with the commissioners and other bodies. Because we do want to do as much good as we can with those ARPA dollars while we have them. We certainly don't want to return them back. So we've worked through the legal process. This just has to come back before you because it is a change.
Okay. And I agree with that. I certainly don't want any dollars to go back to this federal government. Let me just say, because we are going to be losing money. Money is drying up, so we definitely do want to take advantage of all the federal dollars that we have right here. So I'm in support of this resolution, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Bradford.
So my name is on this, and when I initially was approached, it was about a grant for Clean Memphis, which I support. So I'm going to just abstain today because I don't think I fully realized everything that's involved in this and spend some time looking at this over the weekend. I also noticed that this did increase. Originally, it was 540,000, and now it's up to 665,000. Was that just a final retabulation of the ARPA dollars available, or where did that extra $120,000 come from?
Commissioner Bradford, so Nora Sarsour with Office of Innovation. Commissioner Bradford, first, thank you for signing on to the initial resolution, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to reach everyone about the substitute today, so I do apologize. I want to say that. The additional funds, yes, they are, and it would be going, the change is for city leadership money, so Clean Memphis is still on there.
Right.
So, yes, and those are ARPA, and they are part of that project that did not advance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. I don't see any additional commissioners in the queue. I will state that the work that I know of from Power Center CDC, Sister Reach, Clean Memphis, and Lemoyne and CDC with city leadership are all organizations that I know are doing great work through our community. I am support of this item, hence I would not be a sponsor, but I will say, Monday, can you come prepared with a more succinct understanding for all commissioners around how we got here for these dollars to be available, so then that everyone can be supportive around how we're moving our community forward.
Yes, Commissioner, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Brooks, Commissioner Mills, Bradford abstain. We have 3 aye votes, 2 abstain.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes Committee Number 1, Budget and Finance. Thank you.
For the listening public, we have a little time lapse. This committee, the next committee, number 13, Audit, does not begin until 9:55 a.m.
All right. It is now 9:55 a.m. We'll go ahead and bring to order Committee Number 13, the Audit Committee. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the third quarter report of the Shelby County Trustees for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Bradford, and I will second. All right, Madam Trustee, thank you so much.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Madam Chair. This is the third quarter report for revenues for fiscal year 2025. And so this is as of March 31st. As of March 31st, as page 2, total receipts report, you will see a 98.99% collection rate on property taxes towards the forecast. So we will get there, and we don't need to worry about that. All the other collections look where they ought to be. We are a little behind on the original wheel tax there, but I believe we have a report missing. Also, the sales tax is where it needs to be. It's 78% through the third quarter of the year. And the TIF collections are doing fine. If you jump over to page 6, you have total net property collections at 95% of everything that was billed. And you can see that's pretty much in line with where we've been for the last 5 years, 95.9, 95.5, 96.2, and 95 again this year. Those individual different taxes are broken out on page 7, 8, and 9, which is the real estate. Also in good shape, the personal property tax, the state assessed property tax, and the pilots. The pilots were running a little behind this year, so we have impressed upon the boards the need to pay, and those have been pretty much brought up to date at this point. The analysis of the sales tax is then included, and it is also higher than it's been. So the breakout to general government from the tax revenue and the schools and the debt service starts on page 13. Those are all also higher than they've been in the past, so we are happy with that. Page 17 is our portfolio snapshot of the county's portfolio versus the state's portfolio, which is called LGIP, and the 2-year treasury, and we are higher than the other two, so we're pleased for that for this quarter as well. Investment interest is up and remains up due to some longer-term investments we have, even though we anticipate we don't know what the rates are going to do. So essentially, there's where we are at this point in time for the year. We will continue to garner interest from longer-term investments, and we'll be happy with those rates. Office activity is on page 19. We collected well above goals on delinquent taxes for the third quarter. We filed the annual lawsuit on last year's delinquent taxes, which is required in March. We completed the billing of state assessed property, which we receive every year in December. And we sponsored the third annual Adulting 101 showcase for high school seniors across the county. We'll have a little more on that in just a second. We did thousands of pages of mailings, and it also goes on about we are still integrating our new tax accounting system with the old. We have an update on page 20 with the Financial Empowerment Center, and the clients at the Financial Empowerment Center, which is a free county service, have now exceeded over $6 million in debt. So at the time of this report, it was 5.9, but they have now paid off over $6 million in debt. The pilot report is here, the report on expiring pilots for last year and this year. And on page 21, we have an update on the Adulting 101 showcase. I just wanted to call out a couple of things. We had 24 of the 34 county schools, high schools involved, and seniors came. Due to the massive help of ABC and Commissioner Bradford, we had places with heavy equipment. We had places where the students could build a wall with mortar. It was an outstanding event, well covered, and we want to continue to grow it. This is just something free that we do for the schools and the high school seniors. It's about career opportunities that don't necessarily require college, as well as financial adulting and staying out of trouble with credit and how to get grants and things like that. And the last thing on this list is that Commissioner Bradford did show up. He did cook lunch for everybody. He made 2,000 hot dogs in the rain. So thank him for doing that. And if anybody else would like to commit their community enhancement dollars to this project for next year, it will be the first week of February. Again, that is when the school system says that the kids are making their the students are making their decisions about college and future careers. So we did have 78 or so, 73 exhibitors with various careers. And so we always take those, and those that get to appear for free as well, whether it's the military, fire and police, cosmetology, pet grooming, inventors, the music industry, banks, everything. And so all the students were well behaved and had a great time. So we thank you.
Thank you, Madam Trustee. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Trustee, good morning.
Good morning.
Let's go back to page 2, I believe. You may have said this, but I missed it. On page 2, we have wheel tax original and wheel tax debt service.
Yes.
Can you say, expand on that a little bit?
The debt service portion that's being collected separately is the increase you guys passed a couple of years ago. And that is calculated separately from the original wheel tax.
Which was?
I don't know the amount. Whatever the original wheel tax was, and then you raised, I believe it was 50, and you raised it to 75. So the additional 25
okay.
is the debt service portion.
So the resolution we passed last year, increasing it.
Or the year before, yes.
Whenever.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that goes to debt service.
Correct. For the med. Remember?
The total amount? Because I was under the impression that that was going to another source. You want to get on?
CFO Tipton's shaving your head.
Okay, help me.
Good morning, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Yes, Trustee Newman's correct. The $25 that was increased to wheel tax goes directly to the debt service fund. 100% of that $25 goes into the debt service fund. And that's to support any debt that we go out for our infrastructure needs, which are the schools, hospitals, and other infrastructure property in the county.
Okay, so that would, okay, because what I was thinking about was Regional 1, so that debt service on the amount of money they think we're giving them. Okay, okay. So one more thing, not you, Trustee, thank you, Director Tipton. Madam Trustee, at some point, I'm going to need you to slow down and explain this, because I know you know this really well, but I don't. Other people may also know it really well. But all of these numbers and these categories and what they mean, I don't understand all of it. So what about this on page 3, excess fees from elected officials?
Yes.
So where is this money?
It's part of the general fund. When for most of our elected officials who take fee-generating officials, such as trustee, county clerk, all the court clerks, et cetera, they have a budgeted amount of fees they anticipate each year, commissions and statutory fees on their services, which all goes to the general fund unless it's in a restricted area for some reason. And at the end of the year, this is what the excess fees are. So the excess fees, let's see, the receipts forecast was $69 million, and the amount remaining to collect is 23. So it is a little behind, but some of those come in seasonally, so it's difficult to say.
Okay, so are these the funds that they are trying to claim when they want to increase staff or add staff?
It may be.
I mean, they always say excess funds, so I'm trying to figure out if there's some other excess funds, or is...
I can give you an example from the trustees'
Okay,
office.
okay.
And so we turn back approximately $16 or $17 million a year.
Okay.
Past our budget. So 26 million is generated each year from fees and commissions that we earn statutorily. And if we were to earn 27 million, then we'd have 1 million in excess fees.
Okay.
And so if we came in and asked for staff and said we could fund it from our excess fees from this
Okay.
year, that's what that would be. I don't know what the other offices
Okay.
are doing.
Okay. I got something playing in my head regarding previous, meetings regarding fees in these clerks' offices. And I guess I'm trying to understand now why there was even any debate. Because if it's excess in your office, then, and you generated it, the excess, it should be written that you should be able to spend it.
Well, it's the county's money.
I know, but it was generated in your office. Okay,
Right.
well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I just have a couple of questions. One, do you know when the state will assign the tax rates? We can expect that. And the other question, are all the clerks current as far as the receipts go?
I wouldn't be able to answer whether all of the clerks are current as to their receipts go. We have a clerk who is not current as to her reports.
Okay. And then, should that be a concern? Because again, we count on the receipts from the clerk's office to pay our bills.
Well, Regina, I'm a county trustee, so until we receive the report, we don't know where that number is.
Okay.
And so when I mentioned that the original wheel tax is here at this point in time, that's not really seasonal. It occurs throughout the year. It's pretty much. And so right now, as of the end of the third quarter, the only reported amounts equals 62% of the total instead of about 75.
Okay. Can you give us an update at the next committee meeting?
I can.
Okay. And then as far as the tax rate, you have no idea when the state's going to set it?
When the tax rate, when the state finishes reviewing the certified tax rate and gets back to us, I would anticipate about a week.
A week? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Bradford, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I did want to speak to the Adulting 101 Showcase. It was a great event. We had lots of engagement with lots of good high school students. I did want to correct, there were approximately 2,000 hot dogs cooked, but I did not cook them all by myself. We did have a team of people there that were helping, and I think that was the last time I had a hot dog, so it's probably a little while before I have another one. So thank you again for putting that together, and happy to help again next year.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Brooks, you're back in the queue.
Yes, ma'am. One more question, Madam Trustee. On page 2, this 25% debt service pilot. Can you help us with that?
When pilots are entered into, part of their payments are, you would see the line above that's exempt in lieu of, so that's the pilot line, and then the debt service pilot line is the second line. So that's part of their contract, that they pay regular pilot payment, and many of them also pay 25% debt service pilot payment. So we calculate them separately.
And they pay that?
Yes.
Okay. I don't see a delinquency. Is there a delinquency?
Not on this page.
Oh, I need to.
There is a delinquent pilot report on our website every month.
Okay. All right. I have a million questions, but thank you.
Thank you,
Happy to answer them.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Brooks, Avant. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you so much. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes committee number 13, Audit. We'll now move on to committee number 3, Hospitals and Health. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is an ordinance first reading. Ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 42, Article 2, to revise and clarify the rate-making authority of the Shelby County Groundwater Quality Control Board to update permit fees required to operate, maintain, or inspect water wells and septic systems, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by, I will move it, and a second by Commissioner Sugarman. All right, we have representatives here from the Health Department. Deputy Director Smith. Yes, I know that's not your official last name, please.
It's okay. Good morning. My name is Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director, Shelby County Health Department. We are here this morning to discuss the Shelby County groundwater quality, to look at increasing the water quality well and septic program fees. The current well and septic permit fees are insufficient to fund the direct and indirect costs of the water quality program. Based on the actual billing data reported to the department and the approved budget for the portion of the program, these fees will improve the amount of staff and inspections for this program. The Shelby County Groundwater Quality Control Board did approve these fees September 26, 2024.
Thank you so much. Don't see any commissioners that are in the queue. Commissioner Ford. All right. No commissioners in the queue. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Ford, Avant. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you so much. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2, please?
Item 2 is a resolution requesting a status update from the Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, and Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, MLGW, on the remaining steps and time necessary to connect XAI to the local utility grid, thus ending all need for temporary gas turbines at the facility in South Memphis, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Ford. All right, Commissioner Sugarman, you are in the queue.
Thank you. I think we have some speakers on this item number 4. And I just want to also state on record, I want to make an amendment as far as the date. The date says June, a second, pull it up. Okay, it says June 1st, which is fine, but I have a question. There are attorneys in the office about the XAI plants. I wanted to know if June 1st is enough time, or if, as far as the turbines will be given the permit by the health department, and where we are as far as the permit goes. I don't see anybody from the health department here, and I hope that they will be present on Monday.
Deputy Director Smith Alexander is here. I think she
Okay,
is.
thank you. And so where are we in the permitting process? And then also, my understanding is that the permit was supposed to be offered for the additional turbines, and my understanding is the turbines is supposed to be temporary. However, it does not seem like it's moving to be a temporary situation, but a permanent situation. And so I just want to know, where are we in the permitting process, first of all? And then second of all, when will it be issued? Because we want answers as far as the commission's concerned, because XAI has circumvented both the commission as well as city council. And we also requested that we have some representatives from XAI, the Chamber of Commerce, TVA, and MLG&W to be present to answer questions. And I know I'm putting you on the spot, but if you could just give us, a timeline where we're at.
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director, Shelby County Health Department. Right now, today is the last day for the commenting period. So we have to have a 30-day commenting period before any permit or decision is made. That does end today. Once this closes, then we have an obligation to respond to the comments that have been submitted to our office. So to give you a timeline on when or if a decision will be made on that permit, we're probably, I would say, weeks out. I don't want to put a date on it because I know from Friday when we had the public hearing, we received about 300 more comments. I know we received comments yesterday, and I know we're going to receive more comments today. So we do have staff actively working on the comments. So it will be probably weeks before we make a decision whether a permit is issued or not. To your question, go ahead. Okay. To your question about the turbines, the reason they have applied for a permit is because those are supposed to be mobile turbines. Once they hit 364, that is considered permanent. That is what that application is for, to permit them to be there permanently. The
Okay.
15 turbines that they originally asked for, 15.
And now it's what, 35 turbines? Okay, and then the other thing, I read somewhere that there can be an extension as far as comments for 10 days. And I was wondering, what is the process in extending the comment period?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director, Shelby County Health Department. If anyone needed to extend the comment period for whatever reason, they would just have to submit something to us in writing, requesting a comment, requesting that the comment period be extended and the reasoning why it needs to be extended.
Okay.
Commissioner
And
Sugarman, I'm going to make sure we officially are back in the queue.
I'm back in the queue.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so the next question that I have as far as the turbines go, so then you're saying that the 35 turbines will be permanent, so they will never be on the TVA grid or MLGW grid, is that correct?
No, Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. The permit is for the 15 that have been there since last year because they're approaching that 364-day mark. They are supposed to go onto the grid at some point in time. We are being told these turbines are to augment when it's peak demand season. That's why the turbines are staying.
So those 15, okay, so the permit is for the 15 turbines to be permanent, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so, yes, I would like to officially on record say I want an extension for 10 days, and the reasoning is for the fact that, number one, the Shelby County Commission has not received any answers. We've asked them to come before us a couple of times. I know one of my colleagues stated that she put it in writing. I also stated on record at the Friday meeting for them to be present, and I don't see any representatives from TVA, MLGW, or the Chamber of Commerce. The next thing I would like to know, as far as what we're requesting, is also the list of people who have signed PDAs, and so that the public will know who. I understand that we cannot disclose what's in it, but we want to know a list. And so who would get the list from? Is that something we'll reach out to the XAI, or maybe that's out of your purview?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. I would not even know where to begin with that.
Okay.
That's totally out of my purview.
Okay, so I will be issuing a letter of extension. I'll be getting back in the, I'm still have time left. Okay. And so, again, there are people in the audience who would like to speak. I would like for you to go ahead and get a comment card. And then I have a question for the attorney, Attorney Megan Smith. Is she in the audience? Okay, I would like to reserve my time for questions for Megan Smith when she comes down. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman, you started out stating that you wanted to amend your date. Are you wanting to?
No,
Okay.
because she couldn't answer the question about the timeline.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
All right, thank you. That was one of my first questions. So because May is tomorrow, through the chair to the sponsor, you say that you do not want to change the date since it's going to be 30 days for the purposes of making sure that you do get this information. I think that all 13 of us would like to have whatever information. I appreciate the resolution, and I understand exactly what you're trying to do. I just want to make sure that the date is one that there's no excuse. And I think you can agree with me on that. So through the chair to the sponsor, do you want to keep June 1st as that date, or because of what I just stated, could we possibly entertain changing that date for the purposes of having no excuses?
Okay, so let's change the date. So what do you propose through the chair to the Commissioner Ford as a reasonable date?
So let me ask this. Where did the deputy director go? Because this is a segue into my second. Did she leave? Okay, yeah, thank you. This will help me out with the date. This was actually going to be my second question. So we passed a resolution, and I was one of the sponsors on it regarding, and if we have any legislation that we're bringing, I just want to make sure it has teeth, not just a feel-good resolution, if that makes sense to the people in the audience as well as this body. So that $411,000, and I know that was the drawdown from the money for the purposes of making sure that it improves the monitoring of the air quality, especially in the 38109 and 116 area. That was one thing that was addressed a lot in the meeting. I did go to the meeting. I left about 10 minutes prior to. I got there 5 minutes early, so I was there for almost the whole 2 hours. So I just want to make sure that if we are getting these updates, which are permanent rules state that we should have, I just want to make sure that the reports are given. So I don't want to wait a full quarter like what our permanent rules state, but that resolution that did pass, how long would it take for us to actually have that implemented for the purposes of reporting on the air quality?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. Just want to make sure I understand your question, Commissioner. So you're asking when we're going to be able to give you reports?
When would be the best time in order to, that item that we passed regarding air quality and monitoring, when will the implementation happen for the purposes of having subsequent reporting? Because I was going to bring a resolution later to request that to go with our permanent rules, since we did spend $411,000, and a lot of people that I represent in that area have talked about the air quality for decades, and since we're actually putting something in place in order to monitor and possibly remediate, I just want to make sure that they could possibly go together. So I'll get back in the queue, but if she can answer that question, I can make a motion to amend the date after the fact. So through the chair to the deputy director.
Sure. So to answer that question, we have to build this. So it's going to be a while before we'll be able to get any type of data out of this. We're under the gun, more or less, to get all of this spent before June 30th. So hopefully we'll have something in place July, August, to be able to start giving data out. So I would say within the fall, we should be able to have something together.
I'll get back in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions. In addition to the permitting process and looking at the comments, are you all also looking at any environmental justice compliance issues?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. At this time, we do not look at any environmental justice issues.
Okay. So with what you have before you, are you planning to do that? Is that in consideration? Has there been any conversation about that?
Yes, there has been conversation about it. We are working with EPA Region 4 to look at the implications, not just with XAI, but also that entire area. There are a number of sources that are already permitted in that particular zip code and that surrounding area.
Right.
So we have to look at the whole thing to be able to say this is what's going to be impacted by it.
As you should, and as we should have been doing all along, but of course we have not. But since this has been brought to our attention in a big way, so I guess my hope is that because it's been brought to our attention in a big way, we will pick it up and start to do those environmental justice compliance monitoring as we should. But let me ask you this. You spoke of Region 4, and I'm thinking about the federal government and some of the changes in EPA. So has that had any impact on regional EPA offices and their monitoring and compliance activities?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. At this point in time, it has not. The federal government has closed some regional offices and consolidated some. There have been some changes to the Clean Air Act. They have not impacted us on this level at this point in time. Are we anticipating that there are going to be some additional changes related to environmental justice? Yes.
Okay. So just for the record, I anticipate that as well. I mean, because I don't see any humanity on the federal level. But that does not mean on the local level, as a local policymaker, we must abandon our humanity. We can still, if we must create public policy that's going to protect people, even though, it's not there. They've taken away some of our funding. We've got to get creative with that, because what we know is that we do not want to perpetuate the loss of life, the generational loss of life that we are hearing about under this XAI project. Let's see, I think I had another question. Oh, yes, regarding the permit. So they are asking for a permit for 15 turbines, right? If, and big if, they are given a permit for 15, will they, and they have 35, it's been reported, will they need to come back to you for another permit?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. Yes. Once or if they are given a permit, we have regulatory authority at that time over XAI.
Okay. So what does that mean? For
That means
our audience and the listeners need to understand what you will be accountable for at that time.
That means they will only be allowed to operate 15 turbines.
Okay.
If they are in violation, they will have to answer to that and have a hearing and possibly be fined if they are in operation when our inspectors go out there.
Okay, so if they're in violation, you're speaking to, am I out of time?
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am, you're out of time.
I'll get back in the queue.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Ford.
I'll be quick, and thank you for that information. So I'm not going to change the date, June 1st, 2025. I think that a date that would be sooner would not produce anything. I think a month would probably be appropriate, and if there are any updates or none, then I would ask my colleague to continue asking them to come down in order to give an update. I think because of our permanent rules, we say we want quarterly updates, but because of the sensitive nature of this item, I believe that many of us can agree that instead of having quarterly updates on these items, we should have monthly updates, which goes in concert with what you already have initially. So if tomorrow's May 1st, no, I'm not changing your date.
No, amendment to my resolution.
No, I'm not amending it. I'm not amending. I'm just saying that it would go in concert with having this as a monthly update. But if you are saying that we should have monthly updates, I can actually add. I tell you what, let's do that. Let's do that. So I like to amend the be it further resolved to keep the date June 1st, 2025, but subsequently to have monthly updates regarding this item. So move.
Second.
All right, that item, amendment was moved by Commissioner Ford, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we accept that amendment?
Monthly
Monthly
updates,
up-
yes.
mhm.
And to be a further resolve clause.
Can we accept that without objection? So moved.
All right, and then subsequently, I plan on bringing a resolution in the same spirit regarding what this body passed. For those that did not, that just came in, this body, and I was a co-sponsor, passed a resolution for the amount of $411,000 for the purposes of improving the monitoring of carbon monoxide and other air elements in Shelby County. It's brought to our attention by the deputy director that it takes time for it to be built, but in the same spirit of what we have in front of us, when I bring this resolution to give us updates concerning air quality elements, especially if we're going to spend this money that we drew down, I want to make sure that this goes in concert with what we have here, because that was a lot of the concern at the meeting at Fairleigh High School regarding the air quality, and this is something that has been a need. We've been talking about this for a couple of years, as a matter of fact, so I'm glad that we actually are going to have something in place. And I'll say this, and I'll make sure that the people involved get a copy. I've asked the deputy director to give me a digital copy of how that air quality is going to be improved and monitored in that 38109 and 116 area, and how whatever they build is actually going to go into the monitoring of the other zip codes within particular radii as well. And I think that the people that are here, as well as others, may need to be educated on that. So I'll be bringing a resolution the next meeting in the same spirit of this one right here, for the purposes of making sure that we do have that, especially if we are going to spend taxpayer dollars, to make sure that this does get done, because people have been asking for this for the longest. So with that, I don't have any other amendments, and I plan on bringing some other stuff to help you out with this resolution. I usually don't add myself as sponsors just to put my name on something, but because I plan on bringing stuff to the table as I have before, I like to be added as a sponsor to this item.
That motion was made by Commissioner Ford to be added as a sponsor, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we accept that without objection? So moved.
I yield back. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so these questions are for the attorney who helped me with this resolution, and that's Attorney Megan Smith. And I just wanted to be very clear and transparent, because when I first came to Attorney Smith, the request was for a 6-month moratorium. However, she stated that, number one, it will be a request, not a requirement of the health department. And so that was the request. And so just for clarification, can you speak to why we cannot, or advise why we should not bring a moratorium? Because I want it to be transparent, because people asked why I changed it from a request regarding the permit as opposed to a moratorium.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. There's no legal authority or definition of moratorium in this process as defined by law.
Having said that, so then we could issue a moratorium so that we can get some codes in place?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. No.
So we cannot?
That's correct.
And because there's what? There's no, why can't we put, I don't understand.
This body only has authority that is granted to it by law. There is no authority to issue a moratorium on this process.
Okay. So I just wanted to be clear to the audience. I did try to get a moratorium, but I was advised, just like she's just stated, we cannot do a moratorium because it's out of our realm of authority. Having said that, I'm going forward with this resolution, and it's been amended so that there will be accountability on a monthly basis. Having said that, next question is for the attorney. Okay, if, for example, as the deputy director stated, that they're not in compliance, whether it's not paying their fees or not in compliance with whatever, is there any way we can have a clawback, or who sets the fines? Is that something the health department, or is that something the commission will do?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director of Shelby County Health Department. The fines are set by EPA.
Okay, and then to follow up, as far as clawback or anything like that, because, for example, I understand that the tax assessment has not been done, but for, let's say they do not pay their bills, at what point, is that something that the, would be the trustee's office would have to deal with? And then the second question is, as far as clawback, is there any clawback provisions or I understand you said it's set by the EPA, but is there locally anything that we can do if they're not in compliance?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I'd rather take a look before I got into specifics, but if there are terms associated with a permit and those terms are not met, I am sure the regulations define what happens after that. But I don't want to say that that is revocation or clawback without confirming.
And can you share that information with all the commissioners?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Thank you for those questions. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to finish up, we were speaking about 15 turbines, so you said they would have to reapply. No, you didn't go there. When they get ready to put in operation all 35 of them, will they need to reapply? And what will be your process? What will you look at?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director, yes, they would have to reapply. Well, we shouldn't say reapply. They would have to submit an application for a permit to operate the additional turbines that are on that facility. So therefore, they would have to follow the entire process, start all over again.
Okay, so in that process, what will you be looking at?
There are a number of steps that we have to take into consideration when issuing any type of major or minor source. So you have to look at the modeling of some of the areas. So you're looking at how is the plume going to affect? Is it going to go over any schools? Is it going to go over any parks? What's that and how does that look? What's the amplification, wind speed, direction, that sort of thing that is taken into consideration.
So at any point, will you look back at their operation of the previous 15 turbines to determine the impact that those 15 had on the categories you just talked about? And will that factor into your decision to permit or not?
Yes, that would be taken into account.
Okay. And what else?
And then again, like I stated, the whole process would have to go all over again. So they would have to submit an application.
Including pollution, air polluting, all of that?
That's part of the application process. They have to let us know what pollutant that they're looking at that would be emitted from their byproduct of their use.
And so do we check behind them? How do I say, trust and how do we verify?
We asked them to put in a number of controls to put in place to help reduce the emissions. We do have inspectors that go out that physically look at the particular, not only the inspection reports, but also look at what they have. They have to self-report and regulate and say what they're doing on their property as well.
And you have minimum and maximum standards that will cause, will activate that permit in the negative or the positive, right? Permit process.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, hearing all that and with all your yes answers, they shouldn't be getting a permit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Bradford, you're in the queue.
I just had some questions for Attorney Smith. So the commission doesn't have any authority over TVA or Memphis Light and Gas and Water, so we can keep requesting this, but they're never really going to be required to respond. Is that correct?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, this board can make a request. They can choose to respond or not.
Okay, but our friends across the street at City Council certainly have a little bit more authority over MLGW, so we may need to lean on them to maybe help us some?
Correct. MLGW is a subordinate department of the city.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Sugarman, you're back in the queue.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner, and that's why we put in the resolution for the City Council as well, not just TVA and MLGW, to put pressure on the City Councilman to get these answers. Having said that, so when you said the process, Deputy Director, starts all over again, are you saying also the community engagement process starts all over again as well?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. Yes, we would have to have another 30-day commenting period.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. We have several appearance cards on this item, so I'll start first. If you can come up and state your name and your address for the record, you will get 3 minutes. Our first name is Brandy Price. Come up, state your name and your address for the record, please. Hit the button to the
Hello?
person. There you.
Hi, how do you do? My name is Brandy Price at 6571 Stockport Cove. I just came here to say this. None of this is normal. None of this is right. This is not the behavior of a species with any form of survival instincts or skills. These meetings and senseless meetings and gatherings are the senseless order in the face of atrocities and unwanted death and within our own community is not normal. None of this is normal. Like in the name of civility and respectability, and we're allowing our own citizens to die and be murdered by a man. This is what it is. It's murder because they knew what was going to happen before they did this. They knew the results. They did not care about the human lives of this. And every person in power within both the county and city commission, and everybody in person in power in these two statutes and municipalities who are not hollering and yelling at the top of their lungs for the removal of both the county and city mayor are complicit in our own extinction of our human species. Because that's what this really is. Because we tend to think in like short terms, and short term is bad. Long term is like it's literally catastrophic. It's just catastrophic. These are real consequences, and because they have allowed this, everyone who signed the NDA has allowed this. They need to face some consequences and repercussions. There needs to be constant compensation to the citizens here in Memphis and Shelby County, and everything else is just coming off as sophistry and just constantly belaboring that fact and try to divert from that these people who are in office that we voted for not only lied to the public, this lie is a consequence that will result in deaths, like many deaths, and the depletion of our natural resources, and also the depletion of our air. And I remember the lady from the health department saying she has a gun on her, like they're under the gun. But a lot of the citizens here are under a lot more guns, a lot more stress than her. I'm gonna be real with you. Those are eviction notice. That's a gun. Poverty, hunger. These are all guns that can end with somebody's life. No one here is free because you can't be free. You can't say we consent to this if you have a constant gun in your head. Because a lot of people who could be here, would be here, can't be here because they are under that same state of duress. And the ultimate gun to all of our heads is ultimately climate change, because like it or not, sooner or later, the reap was going to get you. It's going to get you. No one here is rich enough or white enough. Even the whiter or lighter skin complexion, to people like Elon, they're not even white enough. So we all a little mixed breed, and we're all another kindling to that fire. That's just the truth. That's the fire, like literally. So we need people after the mayor and after them, and like have them ran out of town because this is wrong. This is literally wrong.
Thank you, Brandy. Our next appearance card is Zoe Dondelinger. Please come up and pronounce your name correctly.
You did it. You did it.
Okay. State your name and your address for the record.
Wrong one. Ooh, hello. Hi, my name is Zoe Dondelinger. I live at 2311 Richland Street, 38119. Good morning. I have come to the County Commission today to urge you to have the Health Department and all applicable authorities hold XAI accountable legally and financially for polluting Memphis with 20 gas turbines over the legal limit to operate without permit. I also have major concerns that MLGW and TVA does not have the infrastructure to support both XAI and the city of Memphis. It has been reported that XAI has unpaid MLGW bills, and because of this and many reports of Elon Musk's business contracts being broken and violated for his sole benefit, I urge the commissioners to not act in any way to benefit Elon Musk's XAI company. He is a thief, a liar, and an opportunist. It is dangerous to do any kind of business with this man. It is unfair to your constituents to allow such a person with billions of dollars to destroy our city and county with pollution and broken promises. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next appearance card is Pierce Robinson. Please come up, state your name and your address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Pierce Robinson. I live at 4358 Rhodes Avenue, 38111. I'm not going to use the full time, but I just want to distill my comments down to we cannot allow ourselves to kowtow and bend the knee to a billionaire just because he can take advantage of us with his money. It's not right. We cannot allow him to skirt the laws and play by a different playbook than everybody else has to play by. It's not right that they can't pay their bills and they're not getting shut down for it. It's not right. It's not right that they can pollute our air and have no consequences for that. I urge the council to pass this.
Thank you. Our next appearance card is, I believe this is Adriana Martin. Please come up, state your name and your address for the record.
Adriana Martin, 803 Burwood. All right. I'm here to request/demand that you support us in denying Elon Musk or XAI the permit. Why? Because Memphis is a humid city. Humidity mixed with air pollution will cause humidity and air pollution will significantly harm our health through formation of secondary pollutants. Humidity catalyzes chemical reactions that create harmful secondary pollutants like ground level ozone. Humid air can prevent pollutant dispersion, creating stagnant conditions where pollutants concentrate near ground level. This will exacerbate chronic respiratory conditions and cause an increased rates of asthma, bronchitis, and other respiratory conditions. Additionally, combined humidity and pollution will stress the cardiovascular system, increasing risk of heart attacks and strokes. Lastly, there will be infrastructure strain on hospitals due to them being overwhelmed with the city residents suffering from respiratory illnesses on days that there are high humidity. It is your job per the Tennessee Environment Protection Act and Executive Order 12898 signed by the previous President Clinton in 1994 that mandates that cities are giving environmental justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next appearance card is Kimberly L. Davis. Come up, state your name and your address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Davis. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Kimberly Davis. I live at 1753 Berwyn Road, 38116. Thank you this morning for all of your hard work, those who have put this resolution forward, and I am in support of it. We need more checks and balances, to say the least. The different actions that we have requested of the Shelby County Health Department over the years have been due to our lingering concern. It's something that kept me up last night. It's kept me up many nights before, and I'm quite frankly disturbed that the Shelby County Health Department does not seem to be equally disturbed as the citizens of Southwest Memphis and our allies. There is nothing natural about what the citizens of Southwest Memphis are facing. They are surrounded by an unnatural amount of toxic release facilities. Now, we are specifically concerned about XAI, but we're also concerned about the other facilities and the lack of regulation, the lack of checks and balances, the lack of inspection, and the lack of interest that Shelby County Health Department has seemed to have. I'm grateful to know that they are moving forward, but these actions should have happened years ago. Let me also say this. There is nothing natural about methane gas. I know that was a question a few weeks ago by one of the commissioners who said, what good would it do to remove the turbines from XAI when TVA wants to build out their gas? We don't want that either. Let me tell you a little bit about methane gas. Methane gas can mix with other toxic chemicals and pollutants to form harmful substances like ground level ozone, fine particulates, and VOCs. Ground level ozone can cause respiratory problems, heart disease, and other health issues. Fine particulates, which are tiny particles that can penetrate deep into the lungs of humans, can cause serious health problems. VOCs also have harmful effects, including cancer and damage to the nervous system. Methane can also leak and can be accompanied by other toxic chemicals like hydrogen sulfide, toluene, xylene, and benzene. These chemicals can cause a range of damage to the immune system. It's not a coincidence that Southwest Memphis has an unnatural rate of cancer, at least 4 times the national rate and up to 16 times the national rate in some areas. This is alarming to say the least. Also, according to Asthma and Allergy Foundation's most recent Asthma Capitals report, Memphis was ranked 6th for asthma prevalence and 8th in asthma-related deaths. Our children are especially vulnerable.
Ms. Davis, you've hit your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next appearance card is Keyshawn Pearson. If you come up, state your name and your address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Keyshawn Pearson, 3831 Masterson. I'm going to start by saying this. Providing non-answers is a way of diminishing the violence that we experience in 38109 every day. We just sat here and listened to a litany of non-answers. That is irresponsible, and we deserve better representation than that. We deserve more than that when we are burying our family. I just buried my aunt last month. I continue to bury my family members from these chronic illnesses. So much so that I've started to read about it. In Unequal Cities, there is an author, Arlene G, and she has this weathering concept or hypothesis that says that chronic stressors in Black communities accumulate over time that lead directly to what Kimberly Davis was saying. Asthma rate that is astronomical compared to the rest of the state for Shelby County, a cancer rate that outnumbers everyone else in the United States of America, 4 times and 16 times in certain areas wherever. You should never walk down the street everywhere and everyone is afflicted or knows somebody who's afflicted with cancer. This is not human. This is inhumane. And so a couple things that was said that I want to make sure we cover. And I do want to thank Commissioner Sugarman for bringing this to our attention. But one, there was a moratorium on solar in 2023 that this body passed. There's no reason why we can't pass a moratorium on data centers. None. So I don't know what the ramifications or what specific laws need to be revisited, but those need to be revisited as soon as possible. Because if you can block clean energy, you surely should be able to block this poison. The other option that was discussed about the EPA monitor and the necessity for us to pay for it, I believe these polluters should pay for it. We need to look at a funding model that is networked and paid for by TVA, by MLGW, and by everyone else who is polluting South Memphis. One glaring element that continues to escape our Shelby County Health Department is that 33 of these turbines are operating today. We have geothermal imaging that show and confirm 33 of these methane gas turbines are operating right now, pushing out more nitrogen oxide than our airport 24/7. That is ridiculous, and they should be shut down. We have the power to do it, and we have to enforce that power as this body and as the Shelby County Health Department. That is why they are being held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last appearance card is Orion Overstreet. Commissioner Brooks, get in the queue, please.
Hello, Orion Overstreet, 605 Houston Street, 38111. Yes, the county commission can pass a moratorium, and I checked when that was said in the reference document that we at the University of Memphis and our student organizing group have made regarding moratoriums and the power that different elected bodies in the city hold around them for the specific issue. We are watching, and we are researching, and we are going to keep showing up. Last night I was at Rhodes. Tomorrow I drive down to 38109 to meet with high school students. The young folks in the city are coming together around this issue. We have documentary makers who are following us around. We have all eyes on this right now. And so the precedent that things happen in the shadows and deals happen in the shadows, and we can do whatever we want and then explain it to the people how we want to after their air is already being poisoned, that's not going to fly. It is not lost on me that they came in here and gave us a bunch of non-answers and lies and then immediately left. Commissioner Sugarman, thank you so much for this resolution. Thank you so much for having your eyes on the people and raising your voice with the people at the hearing on Friday. I am so glad that we have somebody looking out for us, but it's going to need to be all of y'all. We know that midterms are coming up. We're pushing that out too. And if you do not stand with us now, we will not stand with you later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our last appearance card on this item is Richard Massey. Come and state your name and your address for the record.
Good morning, Commission. Richard Massey, 3615 Central Avenue, 38111. As of now, Elon Musk has done everything in his power to make life harder for regular people throughout Shelby County. Between breaking down the Social Security Administration's phone service and making it harder to access payments, and firing workers across Memphis and Shelby County who have dedicated their lives to the civil service, that isn't even the most insidious thing that we're going to talk about today. Community members from across the city have come to this very body, pleading that something be done to ensure that the richest man in the world isn't able to compromise our health, our air, and our water. And as they've been left in the dark with no town halls hosted by XAI, or any legitimate effort to engage with people who've lived in Boxtown or Whitehaven or Westwood or South Memphis at large for decades, XAI has continued to willingly mislead the public about everything from how much power and water will be used to how many actual jobs will be created, and most relevantly, just how many methane gas turbines are in operation. During a flyover conducted by the Southern Environmental Law Center, they discovered that through thermal imaging, there are 33 turbines in operation, as opposed to the initial 15 that both public officials and the general public were led to believe. This is a continued pattern that we've seen everywhere that Elon has conducted business in. In Fremont, California, Elon and Tesla were cited over 110 different times for air emissions violations. And Brownsville, Texas, for example, Elon was cited for stormwater discharge with the boring company. Now, why would we be led to believe that Elon Musk and XAI can, in good faith and good practice, be honest with the community, ensure that he is adhering to Clean Air Act standards, ensure that he is not actively trying to exploit our community? Those are the concerns that have been raised by both people in South Memphis and throughout the city, throughout the county. We are concerned about the trajectory of the expansion in Whitehaven. We're concerned about the implications, the health implications of these turbines that are emitting formaldehyde, that are emitting a whole host of different carcinogenic emissions that have negative impacts on people's health in an area that's already been plagued by industrial pollution for generations. Elon Musk is contributing to legacy pollution right now, and the Shelby County Commission has a unique opportunity to do something that no other governing body in the United States has done, and that's acting as a lever of accountability and justice in the face of the richest man in the world who hasn't been held accountable by the federal government, by any state government, by any local entity. The opportunity to actually provide justice to your constituents is here right now in front of you. So we're pleading with you, please do something. Please do something in the face of unprecedented influence and wealth and power. Please do something on behalf of ordinary people who have come to this body, who have spent their time outside of work and school to plead with you, to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have two commissioners that are in the queue. I will go to Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so a couple of questions out of the comment cards. First of all, thank you all for continuing to come up and speak out, because so many people don't have the opportunity or the time or the resources to do that. And secondly, good luck on your test. It was also mentioned that there's a moratorium put on solar, but we cannot do one on the turbines. And so the question is why we cannot issue a moratorium on turbines when there is one issued on the solar, and that's for the attorney. The other thing is, okay, my understanding is that there should not be any turbines in operation as of today. However, it has been stated on record that there are turbines, 33 I believe, that are in operation today. And so my question is to become to the Deputy Director of the Health Department. Can you confirm or refute this, number one? Number two, what are you doing to shut them down until they have been permitted? And number three, can we file an injunction so that they are shut down until they are permitted? Those three questions, please answer to the Deputy Director as well as to the Attorney Smith.
Commissioner Sugarman, I know Attorney Smith is coming up, but I don't see the Health Department person here now. Okay, thank you. If you can put that in writing, thank you.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I think if I heard the question correctly, we're asking for an explanation for why there was a solar panel moratorium and why there can't be a moratorium here. I'd have to go pull that moratorium, but if memory serves, that was a completely different body of law that was being used to grant or approve those solar panels. To the best of my knowledge, that has nothing to do with the regulations that we're dealing with here. And so my statement earlier remains true. There's no authority for a moratorium.
And can you answer the other questions? My understanding is that there are turbines that are in operation now, and they have not been permitted to do so. And so what is the process to shut them down until they are permitted? Can we file an injunction?
I'm going to defer to the Health Department and their process that's currently open.
Yes, you can. Once again, I'll put that in writing, okay, as well as to if we need to go ahead and file an injunction. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don't leave. I guess my question was to the Health Department. But in her absence, let me just see if Attorney Smith can answer Do we have drones or a way to verify those 35 operational turbines so that we can go ahead and do what we need to do?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. I'm not familiar with the resources available to the Health Department, but I'm happy to check.
Shelby County government.
I'm not familiar
Right,
with,
okay.
with the resources that they might have. I don't know.
Okay. Because if that is the fact, and there are 35 are operating, and they've been they're asking for a permit for 15. I mean, that's fraud, isn't it? So we need to get on this in a different way. But we need to talk with the health department also. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Ford?
My last comments and a question. To the sponsor through the chair, when do you plan on having all of this in writing and electronically sent to the county attorney's office and the health director? Is it today?
I will write it today and have it in their email by 8:00 a.m. in the morning.
And will you copy all 12 commissioners plus you on that email?
Yes, I will.
5 days should be enough time for the county attorney's office with all those attorneys who have all those great salaries to come back on Monday with the answers. And I would recommend, instead of them being vocal, I would like to see an actual opinion in writing. And I think the people here would also like to see it in writing too, because there have been too many times that the county attorney's office said one thing and then verbal is something else. Because one of them actually told me, well, sound bites ain't sworn testimony. Well, I want it in writing, if that's okay with the sponsor, if we could actually get that in writing, because I'm interested as well, whatever it is. And since Ms. Smith said that she needs to research it, I believe 5 days should be enough so that when this resolution comes back in front of us on Monday, we can have the answers to the questions that you are going to submit before 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that's my request, and we'll see what happens on Monday. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. We're at the point for item number 2. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Ford, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes Committee Number 3, Hospitals and Health.
Thank you again. I'd like to call to order Committee Number 4, Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts. Chair McWright is not in attendance. Madam Parliamentarian, please read item number 1 into the record.
Item 1 is an ordinance third reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 14, Section 14 through 30 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances to establish pay parity between the Shelby County Division of Corrections, SCDC, correctional officers, and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, SCSO, corrections deputies, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was deferred to March 5th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Ford. I believe we have, no, we don't. A substitute? Yes. Where's mine? Okay. At this point, I would like to make a motion to move the substitute into the record. Thank you. And can you read the substitute? Is the heading changed at all? No, it has not. Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have anybody to speak on this? No? Okay, I see Commissioner Ford's in the queue.
I'll be very quick, and I will say exactly what I've said on the first and second reading. This should have been done a long time ago, and for all those people that work over there in the Shelby County Division of Corrections, nobody wants your job, okay? So let's go ahead and make sure that the parity happens. We have to do it this way because corrections is under the mayor and not under the sheriff. If it was under the sheriff, I'm not telling the sheriff what to do or anything like that, and would never do that. But if it was under the sheriff, we wouldn't have to necessarily have the employees of corrections beg to have parity with their counterparts. So as I conclude, nobody wants their job. Let's give them parity. That's the best, that's the least that we could do. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I have a few questions, but before we go there, parliamentarian, can you read into the record the changes in this ordinance?
Yes, ma'am. For this substitute item, the changes that I see fall under section 14 through 30, schedule of compensation. It would add a section C, which reads, the compensation scale for the Shelby County Division of Corrections correctional officers shall be adjusted to align with the compensation scale of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office corrections deputies to ensure pay parity. And the other change is in the final be it further ordained clause, where it says that this ordinance shall take effect immediately. Immediately was crossed out. And instead, we would add, i.e., 15 days after its passage.
Thank you so much. And is Director Thornton in the room? If not, Director Thornton? Okay, if not, I'll ask the questions that I have for him at a later date. Let's move this item to a vote. May I have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Ford. We have 2 aye votes.
Where's mine? Thank you. And this item passes with a favor recommendation. Parliamentarian, please read item number 2 into the record.
Item 2 is a resolution to accept a state grant in the amount of $62,500 and to amend the FY 2025 operating budget to expend grant funds in the amount of $62,500 from the State of Tennessee Office of Criminal Justice Programs and approve the expenditure of funds for the Themis Center for Justice Policy, Practice, and Research to conduct an impact study. This item requires the appropriation expenditure of FY 2025 state grant funds in the amount of $62,500, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you, Parliamentarian. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Ford, and we do have someone to speak on this. Please state your name and position for the record.
Adrian Daly Evans, Shelby County Sheriff Office, Finance Administrator. Good morning. Basically, what we have before you, this is a grant that was awarded. The grantor gave us an additional funds in order to hire or have a contract with the Themis Center for Justice in the amount of $62,500.
Thank you. There are no commissioners in the queue. Can we take this item down for a vote? Okay, can we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, 2 aye votes.
Thank you, and this item passes with a favor recommendation. And Parliamentarian, can you read items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 into the record?
Yes, ma'am. So that's 3 through 6? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Item 3 is a resolution to approve contract with Second Chances Foundation, Inc., DBA Mid-South Sober Living, in the amount of $100,000 for the purpose of recovery supportive housing services for men on behalf of the Shelby County Drug Court, Veterans Court, and Mental Health Court for the period commencing with the execution of the contract through June 30th, 2025, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods in the amount of $283,000. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 grant funds in an amount not to exceed $100,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 4 is a resolution to approve the expenditure of funds for the purchase of cloud storage and support for body-worn cameras and in-car video systems from Motorola Solutions, Inc. for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2025 Shelby County Sheriff's Office general operating funds in the amount not to exceed $485,100, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 5 is a resolution to amend the FY 2025 operating budget to expend grant funds from the State of Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security Tennessee Highway Safety Office. This item requires appropriation and expenditure of federal through state grant funds in the amount of $35,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright. Item 6 is a resolution to amend the FY 2025 grant operating budget to expend supplemental federal grant funds in the amount of $60,000 from the Office of National Drug Control Policy for the purpose of disrupting the commerce of illegal drugs through Shelby County for a total award in the amount of $278,603. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of FY 2025 federal grant funds in the amount of $60,000, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. These items have been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Mills. Okay, I see no commissioners in the queue. Can we take these items down for a vote? Thank you. May we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman and Mills. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. These items go down to favor recommendation. I have 2 add-ons, and I would like to also read both of them into the record. Items number 7 and number 8 in law enforcement.
Items 7 and 8 are add-on items. Item 7 is a resolution approving the expenditure of Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency general funds to purchase 2 outdoor warning sirens from ComServe Services, LLC. This item requires the expenditure of general funds in the amount not to exceed $76,828, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. Item 8 is a resolution approving a grant award from the U.S. Department of Transportation to the Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency for the performance period of October 1, 2024 through August 31, 2025. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of pass-through funds from the State of Tennessee amending the FY 2025 grant operating budget in the amount of $30,080 and allows the Shelby County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency to accept a donation as the grant administrator on behalf of the Memphis Shelby County Local Emergency Planning Committee for Hazardous Materials Training for $7,520. This item requires the approval to amend the FY 2025 grant operating budget for a total amount not to exceed $37,600, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. Chair, I would ask that you entertain a motion to suspend the rules, as I don't see from these items that it has gone through a legal review. Okay. Thank you.
I see no commissioners in the queue. Let's take these items down for a vote. Stop the voting. Okay, I do see a commissioner in the queue. Commissioner Mills?
I'm just curious why these didn't go through legal.
I suspended the rules. They didn't go through legal because we received them the day after they closed the deadline. And so, as you know, my items have been not allowed on the agenda after the fact, at least some of them anyway.
Okay, and these are Director Jones for Director
Correct.
Jones?
Correct.
Okay, all right, I just wanted a little clarification on that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take these.
The clerk just indicated that, could you please read into the record who the mover and seconder is? We have it, but it just hasn't been read into the record.
Okay, thank you so much. The mover was Commissioner Mills and was seconded by myself. Thank you so much. Okay, let's take these items down to a vote. Okay, can we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. This goes down to favor recommendation, and this concludes law enforcement. All right. Okay, so now we would like to start with Committee Number 6, Education. Parliamentarian, please read item number 1 into the record.
Item 1 is a resolution to establish an advisory board to consult and provide expertise in support of the Memphis-Shelby County School Board, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant and Chairman Michael Whaley. This item was deferred in April 9th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. This item is moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Ford. I see Commissioner Mills in the queue.
I was just noticing there wasn't a sponsor. I think we saw one walk in to see if what's going on with this.
Okay, Commissioner Avant, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to actually defer this to our next committee meeting based on some of the legislation and language that we have in here around the state. We know we need to clean that up as well as some of the, so that it's aligned, and definitely also with the appointments so that we are clear about the process for appointment of that advisory board. So I'd like to actually defer that to the May
14th?
May 14th. The May 14th committee
Okay,
meeting.
so moved.
So I'd like to make a motion, and are you seconding that, Madam Chair?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Okay, we also have Commissioner Mills still in the queue. Commissioner Mills?
That was it. Thank you.
This item has been deferred to the Wednesday, May 14th committee meeting, and this, without objection? Thank you. And this concludes Committee Number 6.
I will call to order Committee Number 10, General Government. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 1?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of Okay, sorry. Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Do we have anyone to speak to this? I would move that we send this down without recommendation. Second. Okay. I've moved to send it down without recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Ford with no objection. We will visit this on Monday with no recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 2?
Item 2 is a resolution appointing 5 employee members, blank, 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 and blank, and 2 retired employees, blank and blank, to the Unified Personnel Policy Committee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Ford and seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Is there anyone that can speak to this? Ms. Attorney Ingram.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marcy Ingram, County Attorney's Office. If I may recommend that the body defer this to the May 14th meeting so that we can receive the applications for appointment.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Ford, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman to move this to the May 14th meeting with no objection.
I just have one request. Will HR be here? Because usually when we talk about UPPC, HR is involved.
Marcy Ingram, County Attorney's Office. I assume so, as HR is the secretary to the UPPC.
Exactly. That's my recommendation. All right, thank you.
Okay. We will visit this again on May 14th. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 3?
Item 3 is an ordinance third reading. Ordinance amending the Shelby County Charter to amend 1 Article 5, Section 5.08, Conflicts of Interest, 2 Article 5, Section 5.24, Recall of elected county officers, and 3 Article 6, Section 602, County Board of Education, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley. This item was deferred in April 9th, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Is there anyone here to speak to this? And I do not see the sponsor here. Is there a motion to send this down without recommendation? Moved by Commissioner Ford. I'll second. Any objection? Okay, this will go down without recommendation for Monday's meeting. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read item number 4?
Item 4 is an ordinance third reading, ordinance to amend the Shelby County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 18, Article 2, Code of Ethics to ensure county ethical provisions are applied consistently and more closely aligned with the charter and state law. Sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley, this item was deferred in April 9th, 2025 committee meeting.
This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and seconded by Commissioner Avant. Is there someone to speak to this? Okay. We're on item number 3, ordinance third reading. There's a card?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he turned it in, but he don't know what.
Is there a card on this, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Gerald Green, if you would come up, state your name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, name and address, and we will start your 3 minutes.
Gerald Green, 4087 Slumber Lane, Memphis, Tennessee, 38127. Good morning. I was here last commissioner meeting, and we was talking about ethics. I just passed out some documents as it relates to an ethics charge that I filed against the county mayor, and I received a letter back from the attorney, Leakey, saying that he didn't violate. So if you look at the document I just passed out, it also have pictures to substantiate what I said about what happened. And if you look at the document that I gave you about the response that he gave me, that was done when he didn't violate the ethics policy, but he did. I just need somebody to respond to me and let me know where they find the answers to this.
Is that all you have to say?
No,
Okay.
I'm just waiting on a response to somebody that, I mean, because based on what I filed, even it came down to the money that was passed out. I highlighted everything in my narrative, and let me go back and check something, make sure I got it right here. And I'm pretty sure when I filed this, I remember they went and got 3 county attorneys. They came out, and it was about the $1 million some they gave to Red Rover. The young lady was the founder and the CEO, Lori Wilson. That money was given to that company, and that was a conflict. And nobody gave me an answer. But I know for a fact, and it'll come up again, that you guys voted this money down, not to pass it to this person. And one of the county attorneys overrode it and gave it to him anyway. So it's a lot going on within this organization that need to be fixed. And I promise you guys, I want you guys to be transparent. And that's something you have been transparent with the citizens. And you guys keep together, supposed to work together. And what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And everybody should be held accountable for when they do wrong. So I just want some answers, and I want some transparency, because I went on to file a charge against a director of corrections I had a private investigator hired personally, find violations, and the mayor still overturned the charge that I brought against him. So I just want somebody to give me some answers today, because I've been meeting and getting no answers. So I want some answers to the situation.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I remember this coming up last term. This has been an ongoing, and I think this is why we have not addressed this, because I think it is personal myself. But I do not have an answer as to why you have not gotten answers. You should have gotten answers. But I do remember receiving this last term. Yeah. So thank you.
And as you noticed, I got the letter attached from the attorney that addressed it, and he responded back quickly until he didn't violate, but I got it attached, the violation highlighted and attached to this document. So
This is my first time seeing the attorney letter, so I will be asking questions myself on that. So thank you for coming
Thanks.
up and speaking. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Green. And so this commissioner tries to be as transparent as possible. And so this happened before my term. And so what I would like for you to do is to kind of bring me up to date exactly what happened, what questions you want answered. And I guess the answers should come from Felicia Cox, who's the ethics attorney right now, I guess. So just kind of tell me exactly what happened, what transpired, because again, this happened prior to me being on board, so that I will have the full picture. Thank you.
okay. What happened, group of officers came to me concerned about Director Alexander at the Correction Center. And he was staying outside of the county, but he was working as a director, but you didn't supposed to go work outside Shelby County. And he went on to say that even Mr. Luxor approved it, but he didn't. So when it came to, brought his attention, the Mayor Harris got involved. So until he turns around, once he found out, the private investigator found out what was going on, he submitted a letter of resignation. But the county mayor told him, don't worry about it. He took it back. He retracted his letter of resignation. So he said, you do what you want to do. That's pretty much what he told me. He can do what he want to do. So somebody else dropped the letter in my hand in regards to a party they had on county time in the county building. As the pictures you see, that took place in our alcohol work-free building on county time. I added that to the complaint of ethics. And this particular incident took place, and they never gave me an answer on that one either. So when I found out they didn't have an ethics committee, a board, say, who do I submit my paperwork to? So they go in the back and get 3 county attorneys and tell me they'll get back with me. And in lieu of all that, that's why I got the letter from the leaky guy. That's where the letter came from. And respond that mayor didn't violate nothing. They covered for him. And the $1 million I'm talking about was the money he gave the woman, Rover. You see that on that? If you see it on there. Yes. And yes. And one of the attorneys that was there, it came through committee not to give this money to this person. It was voted not to give it to him, and one of the attorneys addressed it, and then they gave it to him anyway after the fact. This is a concern I have because certain people do what they want to do. It's not right. We need some people up there going to do what's in the bylaw, what's in the book. Not about how it look, because you got old favors. No, that's not good. I hate that. I'm a straight shooter. I'm just going to tell it how it is. It's wrong. In all facets of life, it's wrong. Because you the mayor, you are his bosses. He don't think so. So nobody gave me an answer. They sent me this from Lakey saying he didn't violate. That's not true. He did, and I highlighted it. I pointed it out. I got a packet on Director Alexander where he lived. He took the county car across the county, Shelby County line every day, back and forth, have pictures and everything, and they kicked the can down the road.
Okay, a follow-up question then. So I would like, I guess, the minutes department to bring forth a resolution, if there is one, stating that $1 million was given to Red Rover. And if not, then I would like to also get an explanation why not, because I believe according, and you can correct me if I'm not correct, but anything over $50,000 is supposed to come before the commission. And so I would like the minutes department on record, and I'll also follow up with an email requesting that a copy of the resolution for the $1 million, and that was in 2021 as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and again, that was before my term, but I will look into it and see. And the other issue you stated on record was the fact that there was a party with alcohol being served.
Yes.
And was there a third complaint? Was that the one with somebody from the corrections working outside the jurisdiction of the county?
The director.
Okay,
Yes.
so there are 3 complaints. I'm hearing you correct?
Right.
Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure I understand the story because, again, this is all new to me as far as the backstory and things of that nature.
I know.
Okay, thank you so much. And also to the minutes department, please have that information, the resolution, prior to the Monday meeting. Thank you.
And the chair of this committee has come back in, so I'm going to turn it over to Chair Brooks.
Recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Green, I lived what you just spoke about. All of that did happen. It was brought to the attention of the administration, and it was swept under the rug, and this body did vote against spending $1 million for a PR campaign about COVID and masks, even though the news had commercials on there every time you turned on the television. Yes. And that's why the commission voted it down, and the attorney said, we're doing it anyway. That's all true, so to my colleague, it should not be hard to find that. That all happened. And it is, that's why I've stated before, and this body should not touch ethics because it is personal, and I'm just going to say it like it is, between Lee Harris against Commissioner Ford. It's targeting an employee. You go to the webpage of the ethics, and it's plain as day, said the Ford matter. It's been on there for years, and that's why they can't get 13 to be on the ethics board because they know what they're jumping into and they don't want to be a part of it. And so that's what we're dealing with, and that's why this body right now does not need to, because of the people elected right now, we do not need to be voting on this. So I'm just going to back what you've said because I've heard it before. And it did happen, and that's all I'm going to say on that right now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wasn't really gonna say anything until my name was brought up, but no, you're good. You know what happens to roaches when the lights come on, right? What do?
They scatter.
They scatter.
Yes.
And either you need a can of Raid or a good old house shoe to handle the situation. We may need to bring some cans of Raid and some house shoes on Monday. I know I am. I'm not going to say anything else because that means the people that have conflicts that ain't here may have time to address those conflicts. But we're going to see what happens on Monday. Will you be here on Monday?
Absolutely.
And I know others that will be here on Monday as well. So that's all I'm going to say. And when the lights come on, you better scatter real quick because that Raid and them house shoes is going to be all over the place. If you're a county attorney, you better watch out. If you're an administrator, you better watch out. And that's all I got to say. I move the previous question.
The question's been called. See no other members in the queue. Madam Clerk, please ready the board for the vote. Every member voted. Any member desiring to change a vote? Madam Clerk, would you please announce the tally?
We have one aye vote from Commissioner Brooks, 2 noes from Commissioner Sugarman and Mills. Commissioner Ford abstained. We have 1 aye, 2 noes, and 1 abstain.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation.
It failed.
Madam Parliamentarian, what is the position of the resolution? Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. According to the parliamentarian, this item goes down with an unfavorable recommendation. Item number 5. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the caption.
Item 5 is an ordinance third reading. Ordinance approving and setting the salary of the Shelby County Sheriff for the 2026 through 2030 term of office, sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr.
Do we have a mover? This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Ford. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the question. Madam Clerk, please ready the board for the vote. Every member cast your vote. Every member voted. Madam Clerk, may we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
This item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and that will conclude General Government Committee. We will now move to...
You got one in the queue before.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. While you were out, we sent item 1 down with no recommendation. If you had information that there were no conflicts, I would call it up for reconsideration. If you have information that we can vote on today to knock that one out.
He said that the attorney, that there was a note in the system that there were no conflicts.
Okay.
So we could vote. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Madam Clerk, Madam Parliamentarian, we will move back into general government, move back into general government. Take item number 1, please read the caption.
Okay, so to entertain the motion to reconsider item 1,
Reconsider, okay.
resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry Brooks. Is there a motion and second for the motion to reconsider?
Thank you. It's been moved by Mills, Commissioner Mills, and second by Commissioner Ford. And according to the county attorney, there are no conflicts. Commissioner Mills, you're in the queue. No. You're not? Okay. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the board for the vote. Every member voted? Madam Clerk, what is the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Ford, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Now we may move into Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Committee number 11. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the first item?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving the conveyance of 2 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from Shelby County Tax Sale Numbers 1102 and 1503 to the town of Arlington for nominal consideration for use in the conservation of green space in the vicinity of the town of Arlington's wastewater treatment plant pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507B1A and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute a quitclaim deed. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. That item has been moved by Commissioner Mills and second by Commissioner Sugarman. Do we have Ms. Sykes-Wood?
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. This is a donation of 2 properties in the town of Arlington to the town of Arlington. They are adjacent to the Wolf River. And I have included the request letter from the town of Arlington as well as their Greenway plan that shows that these parcels will be used as a future pedestrian way.
Okay. So the total amount of this is $255,750 is what we got from Arlington, is that correct?
This would be a nominal consideration conveyance, so it's 0. This is akin to whenever we donate properties to the city of Memphis. We donate for recreational and public purposes.
Oh, well, I must have the wrong folder.
Oh.
Hold on. I do. I'm sorry. Okay. Do we know the value of that conveyance?
The appraisal price for one parcel was $11,300. The other was $7,000.
Okay. All right, seeing no members in the queue. 11,000 what? I'm sorry.
Pardon me, the writing is really small. 11,300 is one parcel, the 0 long, and the 0 summer has the appraisal price of $7,000, and those are according to the Shelby County appraisal.
Okay, all right, thank you. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the board for the vote. Every member cast your vote. Madam Clerk, please announce the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Mills, Ford, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving the sale of 98 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices collectively totaling $255,750 pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2507 and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute quitclaim deeds. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Okay, Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Let me get this properly before us. It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Ford. Okay, Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Thank you, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. These properties' total sales just shy of $1 million was in the back taxes. The total asking price for the properties, however, were $232,700. The total sales price was over by $23,050. The out-of-town buyers, we have 7 buyers purchasing 16 properties.
Okay. I don't know if I asked you before, but I'm noticing Brianna Clark quite frequently.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioners, Chairman, sorry, I'll get one of those titles right. We reached out to Ms. Clark. She did not respond. We did request that she appear. This is the Garden Walk townhomes. There are a lot of townhomes that were demolished previous to coming to the land bank. So we put all of these into a bulk sale, and she was the bid winner. She is a local buyer. But again, we did not hear from her. We can reach out again to her and let her know that you request that she's there Monday, if you like, or...
Okay, so let me ask this now.
Yes, ma'am.
Has she purchased properties before, maybe two years ago?
No, our records did not show that she had purchased any previous properties from the land bank.
All of her purchases were 24, 25, or just 25? 20, 25?
Correct. This is her first purchase, and it was the bundled property. So it was
no.
all of them all in one, would be her very first purchase.
No,
from the
this
land
is
bank.
not her first purchase.
Okay.
I remember her from last month. That's why I recognized the name so quickly.
I believe when we reviewed it with you, before we added it to OnBase, you requested that information. So I don't
Okay.
believe she was up here previously. I think it was when we were reviewing it to bring it up
No,
here.
she wasn't here. Okay.
Okay.
I'll go back and look at my notes.
Yes, ma'am.
But it is,
But I will double check on that as well, Commissioner. I
Right.
could be wrong.
and what we need to do also is, at some point, I guess I need to do a resolution, because I'm seeing some familiar names, and I need to understand what's going on with these properties.
Yes, Commissioner, and it is within this board's power to not approve it. We have in our contract that they are supposed to appear if, or they could have to appear to get approval. So if it's not approved, this would not be new to them, and it is well within this body's, authority to not approve it.
Okay, right. So we understand that, but what, I don't want to do is stop any progress, because certainly if there's going to be affordable housing done, or if we're ridding blight out of the community, that's a good thing. But she needs to appear. Can you convey that to her?
I will.
Okay, yeah, she needs to appear. All right, so seeing no other members in the queue. Just one second. This is the only one, right? 255-7? Brianna Clark. Oh, no, we have others. Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue, we'll take this item to a vote. Madam Clerk? I'm going to go ahead and vote for it. But she needs to come. She needs to come in. All right, Madam Clerk, please announce the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Real quick, be recognized. Would you like her to appear Monday, since this will be on the consent agenda, or no?
Yes, we would, and I will take this off.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So let me ask you this. Are we doing anything about monitoring these buyers, these buyers who have numerous properties? Are we monitoring any way, their future use? Are we looking at that?
Currently, we have a position that you provided to the land bank when I was out, and thank you, to monitor the donations. But we do not have a position that monitors all of our sales. As you can tell, it's 1,000 properties that we sell, and that would be a lot. We have much fewer properties we donate, and that's easier for them to monitor. But currently, no, we do not monitor the properties we sell.
Well, maybe we can do that because we have so many, but maybe we can narrow it down to a manageable amount, because especially buyers like Ms. Clark here, and I do believe she's been before us before, but if you say she hasn't, with all of these properties, we need to monitor this and make sure that this will benefit the community.
Thank you. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. So am I hearing perhaps purchasers that buy more frequently, more?
And have multiple properties.
Okay. Thank you.
Frequency and multiple properties.
Yes, Chairman, we will look into that. I think we can do that. Thank you.
Okay. And you'll let me know. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Well, seeing no other members in the queue, we'll move to the vote. Madam Clerk. We did. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 3.
Item 3, is an ordinance first reading, joint ordinance of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners and Memphis City Council establishing the Memphis-Shelby County Building Home Program pursuant to the Tennessee Homestead Act within Chapter 281 of the Public Acts of 1985. Sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman, Commissioner Brittany Thornton, Commissioner Mikkel Lowry, and Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Ford, and we have a presentation. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. John Zena with Division of Planning and Development. Commissioner Sugarman, did you want to make any opening remarks before I start?
Take it away.
Okay. So, Commissioners, we are excited to bring before you today a request to reauthorize what was formerly known as the Homestead Program. It is being rebranded today as the Building Home Program. The authority for this program was established in 1985, as was stated in the caption, by the Tennessee Homestead Act. The program was operated by Shelby County government from 1985 into the 2000s, but was effectively shuttered actually when the land bank was created in the 2000s. Working with several partners, including Commissioner Sugarman and partners on the City Council, our division, the county administration, is excited to again bring you this ordinance to establish the Building Home Program of 2025. This initiative allows for working with publicly owned property and builders to create pathways to homeownership, quality new housing, and wealth building opportunities for residents throughout the city and county. Essentially how this works is this takes surplus public property, and since this is a joint ordinance, it would be county and city surplus property, such as property in the land bank, and provides an alternative pathway for disposal and acquisition that better guarantees revitalization by creating partnerships with qualified builders and individuals who are committed to build new housing. The DPD, and specifically our Department of Housing and DPD, will administer the program with oversight, obviously, from city and county. And what it allows us to do is essentially properties that would remain in the land bank, but they would also be alternatively marketed through the Building Home Program. It would create an opportunity for builders to make an application for a new project, either a single-family project or a multifamily project, depending on what the applicable zoning is of the area. And through that, the exchange is that the land would be disposed at no cost to the builder. But in return, what we get as the government is a greater guarantee that there is going to be an improved structure back on the tax rolls as a result of this arrangement. A lot of times when property is disposed, Chairman Brooks, to your point on the last item, there is really no monitoring of what improved state those properties are going into. This provides more of a guarantee because the application that would be established through the Building Home Program would first have to be from a vetted, qualified builder, but second, there would be limits on how long the builder has, if their application is accepted, in order to fulfill the requirement. So whether that's a new single-family home, whether that's new multifamily, depending on the type of structure, within a certain time frame. And if that project is not completed, there is a clawback within the program specifics that would allow the county to ensure that we can bring that property back and find a new potential builder to complete that project. Benefits to neighborhoods. This program supports community revitalization by strategically activating properties that may otherwise remain vacant or underutilized. Again, benefits to the builder is When there's a project ready to execute, participation guarantees land acquisition at a nominal cost and benefits to the government greater likelihood that vacant properties are going to be put back on the tax rolls in an improved state, which obviously means greater tax revenue coming in to both city and county. So in terms of timeline and next steps, this joint ordinance is obviously being introduced to you now. Following the adoption, the program would take effect July 1. There are no general funds being requested to operate this program. There will be application fees, deposits that will be required to help fund the management of the program. Long-term, the Home Buyers Revolving Loan Fund program that the county has operated since the 1990s through a new bill that was passed in this last session. We have some flexibility to be able to use excess funds from that program in more flexible ways to support down payment assistance for new buyers, as well as construction loans for builders who are participating in this program. And we are also in the process between now and July 1st working on developing policies and procedures, including application requirements, qualifications, fees, et cetera. But in the meantime, attached to the ordinance is also the implementation program as an exhibit. That implementation program follows the requirements of the Tennessee Homestead Act in terms of the items that are required to be in that. And so that has a lot of the program framework, we'll say, and then a lot of more of the specifics will get worked through in the policies and procedures. And with that, I'm available for any questions, as well as my colleague Dana Sjostrom from the Housing Department, who's worked tirelessly on this effort, and we look forward to your support.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, and I am aware of what was brought forth at the City Council, so I'll just say a few things, and I'm glad we're on our first reading because I'm going to have a few requests. First of all, and I appreciate Councilwoman Michael and Easter Thomas's staff reaching out, asking regarding support on this item. I see what you're trying to do. I do support the item, but I like to get some other information from other groups that are basically doing the work. And what I mean, Mr. Zena, and to you, of course, I'm going to bring up, for example, the Black Coalition of Housing. I know Ms. Jones is in the back, and I'm not asking her to come up, but I just want her to hear one of my requests. So, for example, the Racial Equity Ad Hoc that I still chair. And there was a pillar for housing, $1.2 million. And they've been doing a lot of work, and I have a quarterly update. I'm not going to read everything, but it should go directly with what item we have in front of us. They've already done pre-planning meetings with industry partners and stakeholders. They've had community tours. They've met with organizations such as MNBC, Micah, the probate court clerk, Freddie Mac. They've gone to several areas, not just in my district, but other districts as well. They just had last month a Black Developers Housing Summit. I actually had training that whole week, so I wasn't able to go, but it was brought to my attention that almost 80 aspiring developers were able to participate. It was at no cost, receiving direct project support with expert consultants. And there was a gap fund that was launched, which offers small grants to help close that gap regarding home ownership and emergency repair. So it goes with the fund that you were talking about. So they're still doing the work. Future work that they plan on doing is looking at a receivership designation program, because there are a lot of properties probably in everybody's district to where it's owned by somebody who just wants money from the government. And if we need to go through legal channels in order to make sure that what happens is done right by the constituents in those respective neighborhoods, let's do it like other folks do it without me going into it too much detail. But I do have two requests. And Ms. Jones, if you can help out with this. First request is I want the Black Coalition of Housing and NARAB to look at what this ordinance entails. If they have any questions, please bring them so that we can have that conversation. If those two organizations are fine with the ordinance, then my request is letters of support from both organizations. And that's all I have right there. Thank you.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so I just want to thank on record Zena, as well as Georgstrom, as well as Rashida Jones, the Black Coalition of Housing, NARAP, as well as NACO, who sat through several meetings over several months. And so this is something that we've been working on for a while. There may be some additions as far as the implementation part of it. Jones, I think, will address that later, but I'm just requesting that if there are any changes to do during the second reading, so that, be resolved by the third reading, we'll have no issues. That's my request for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a appearance card from Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones, would you come up? You recognized?
Thank you. Madam Chair, Rashida Jones, Black Coalition for Housing. I can address some of the questions or concerns brought by Commissioner Ford. Now, I actually served on the task force supporting much of the focus group and conversation as we talked about updating Memphis 3.0, but part of that task force work was to talk about this newly revamped program, Building Home, as a solution to some of the things when we talk about affordable housing. So I personally was a part of that work and effort to help bring forward conversations and really thought-provoking questions that landed us to this document. I would say I just reviewed the last iteration of the implementation plan, so we will be in conversations around some of those things to include something that you lifted up, Commissioner Ford, which is a developer support fund. So specifically, we talk about how emerging developers can, access opportunities like these to participate in the industry equitably. And so we, as a technical support provider, want to make sure that we have resources that help small and emerging developers participate in programs, but also participate successfully, right? So being able to help them get to pro forma, looking at budgets and how to look at a project and make sure that it could stand up in the scrutiny of just the clawback piece and the forfeiture, because I think what's unique about this program that Land Bank is unable to manage in capacity is when we do the program in this way, that we have a mechanism that helps support getting those projects into the hands of an end user and completion. And so there is a portion of this that says if you're unable to finish the project, that, we have a process that forfeits that project. So it's a good program. There are some other pieces of implementation we will support. I would also just add that we want to make sure that there's an anti-displacement clause stated carefully in any of the programmings, that it does articulate affordability in a robust way when we think about moving the assets into the program. So I would say I've been in it for a long time. I think it will support some of the redevelopment things that we want to see in disinvested communities. And so I would safely say I speak for both NARAB and for the Black Coalition of Housing that this is a step forward in the right direction.
Okay, Ms. Jones, if you have an opportunity to maybe just put your thoughts in writing, we can share that with the Black Caucus. I'd like to do that. If you send it to me, please.
Yes, Madam Chair.
I appreciate that. Mr. Zena, I have a question here. I'm just reading this. In terms, I'm trying to articulate, how do I want to, or can I? When we talk about anchor neighborhoods and anchor communities, I guess your office designate anchor neighborhoods, right?
John Zena, Planning and Development. They're designated in the comprehensive plan, which was developed by Division of Planning and Development in concert with the community.
Okay. So what I'm trying to understand is there a process by which we can go back and revisit anchor neighborhoods because people have become dissatisfied, if I can use that word. Do you have a process in place where we can go back and revisit and make changes?
That process is underway now through the 5-year update to the comprehensive plan.
To revisit and change anchor neighborhoods?
That's part of the activity, yes.
Okay, okay. Would you send that to me, that part? That process?
Certainly.
So I can share that with neighbors who may be interested in that whole neighborhood anchor
Yes.
issue.
There's a series of 3 workshops that we're currently doing in each planning district of the city. The first workshop really focuses on the confirmation of the anchors that are in the plan. But again, remember that the anchors are the areas for targeted reinvestment.
Right, right, okay. But, okay, well, let me do some more reading so that I can formulate my questions in a way that makes sense.
Certainly.
But there's a lot of concern that I have been a party to around anchors, okay? Because people are just now getting an opportunity or becoming aware of their opportunity for engagement. And so these kinds of things are coming to the surface. So we got 2 more readings and we'll be able to bring those questions forward for you. Okay?
Certainly.
All right, let me close that. Seeing no other members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk? Every member voted? Madam Clerk, please announce the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman and Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
All right, this item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and this concludes Core City Neighborhood and Housing. Sugarman, would you like to take this? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I'd like to call to order Committee Number 16, Milton Community Enhancement Grants. Is there anybody here to speak on items 1 through 8? 1 through 8. Okay, what number? 5? Okay, anybody else? What number, sir?
Number 6.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, and 4. Okay, it's 4, not 5, is that correct? Okay, so parliamentarian, can you read items 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8 into the record? You said it was 4, not 5, correct? Okay, so again, correction, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8 into the record?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. Item number 1, resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to South Memphis Renewal Community Development Corporation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Grant Program, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 2, resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $134,000 to School Seed Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $134,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton. Item 3, resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to Collierville Education Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford, Jr. Item 5, resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $22,000 to North Shelby Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 7175, a non-profit organization. This item requires an expenditure of $22,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills. Item 7, resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $2,500 to Campbell Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $2,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr. Item 8, resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $7,500 to the American Public Education Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $7,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner David C. Bradford Jr.
Thank you, parliamentarian. These items have been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Mills. And I'd like to take these items down for a vote. Thank you. May we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman and Mills. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. These items go down with a favor recommendation. And parliamentarian, please read item number 4 into the record.
Item 4, resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $2,500 to Tennessee National Black Caucus Memphis Delta Chapter, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $2,500 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Mikhail Lowry.
Thank you. These items have been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Mills, and we do have a speaker. Please state your name and position for the record, as well as your address. Yes, please come to, to the microphone.
Hello, my name is James E. Jones. I'm the vice president of Teamsters National Black Caucus. I'm also the president of Teamsters Local 667 here in Memphis. My address is 275 Green Arrow Code.
Thank you. You may proceed.
All right. Just as an introduction, I want to introduce my colleague as well. This is Charles Newman. He is the Secretary-Treasurer of the Teamsters National Black Caucus. Just as an introduction, this is a scholarship program that we have sponsored for 30 years. We have grown from sponsoring about 5 individuals each year who are graduating seniors, and we've grown to now where we do 2-year scholarships, first year and second year. Each year we provide about $20,000 worth of scholarships. Sometimes we are able to provide scholarships to even summer school graduates to help them into what they're trying to do as well. These scholarship recipients are not selected by us. They're selected by leaders in our community. Last year, the committee was made up of members from United Way, members from the NAACP, and Pastor Keith Caldwell, who is the president now of Micah and also the pastor of Centenary Missionary Church. So once again, we're looking to expand this program to where we can support these individuals for 4 years. We've been blessed to be able to expand to 2 years, but we are eventually looking to expand to 4 years.
Thank you so much. And I have a few questions. And so as far as the scholarship, it says like for 2 years. And I was wondering, what have you seen the pattern? Are individuals going to like trade schools, or are they going to private universities or public colleges? I'm just curious because there is such a need for more tradesmen. And since you're part of the union, I was just wondering if you also support or trying to expose, should I say, individuals to the trades.
Yes, this program has mainly supported individuals that are going to universities or colleges, but of course we are expanding into other areas where we are venturing into a pre-apprenticeship program and get into more trades as far as electrical work and all of that. But that's in partnership with the Teamsters National Black Caucus and the Teamsters.
That's good to hear because we're working on an ordinance, and it's an apprenticeship construction ordinance, and it has an apprenticeship a component to it. So that's good to hear. And then also, I recommend that you come like in July or August, because that's when we have funds. Because right now we've all dried up. At least I have anyway. And so I would love to give, but not. I don't have any money right now. Come back in July, and I pledge to give some money as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I see no other commissioners in the queue. Let's take this item down for a vote. Thank you. Can we have a tally?
We have one aye vote from Commissioner Sugarman, one aye vote.
And it goes down with favorable recommendation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Parliamentarian, please read the next item into the record, item number 6.
Yes, ma'am. Resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $5,000 to African Heritage and Culture Village of Memphis, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $5,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Brooks. Thank you. Okay, can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Norman Red Wing. My address is 1225 Valentine Avenue. Yes, ma'am. First, I want to thank you for allowing me to come and speak today. I want to thank you for all that you do and all that you guys have done to support our work. The African Village, our vision and mission statements include to educate and empower deprived children to become productive citizens of their community. Our vision is to have healthy, thriving communities. One of the things we worked on putting special emphasis on is educating our children about our history and culture. We put a lot of emphasis there. We also open up our space for community meetings to address some of the major crimes and some of the major gang problems and other issues that we're facing in our communities. We're working very diligently in trying to solve some of the problems, some of the issues in the community, which we have major problems. The area in which we are working in, which is the Klondike community, is a very high crime area. And a lot of our children who come to the program, we either have to get people to help with transportation, even though they live in the neighborhood, because there's so many young people carrying guns. One of the things we're working on this year is trying to find funding for a van in order to get children there into the library and to other programs that we are participating in. We have an enrichment program whereby we also have had a summer camp program where Commissioner Brooks and others from the county helped us with on last summer. We will not have that program this summer, but we still intend to have our enrichment program during the year. So I just wanted to thank you once again for that support.
Thank you so much. And so how much does the van cost?
Well, our new van is probably around $30,000 to $40,000.
$40,000. Okay, and this is $5,000. So again, I do support your efforts, especially in this climate that we live in. As you know, the president, Trump, and I'm saying that on record, and if I'm arrested, so well, oh well, is dismantling the African American Museum in D.C.
Right.
And so we need our children need to know their culture, their language, their heritage, and I commend you for what you're doing. Continue to do so. And so come back in July, and I will pledge also to give you money as well. You said you needed a van, so I will put that in mind when I start allocating my money. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's take this down for a vote. Commissioner Ford?
Look, I know what you do, and you've seen me in the community, and I appreciate you, and I want to match what was already on here. So there you go.
Wow, thank you. Thank you.
Look, thank you. I already know what this man does with little to no resources, so there we go. So that's 5 for me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Brooks?
Let me sign back here.
Okay, it was moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Brooks without objection. Okay. Alrighty, now let's take this item down for vote.
Wait.
Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to, for the record, state that Mr. Red Wing and the African Village was a part of District 7 summer camp. And of course, District 7 summer camps are funded with public money. And what we try to do is make sure that any who want to participate by the rules that are established and published at the time that we pass a resolution for the funding, we want to make sure that everyone can do that, can participate. But Mr. Wetwing decided this year he did not want to participate. So we wish him well in his endeavors, and we will continue with our summer camps. They are in the Douglas neighborhood, Springdale, Hollywood, Fraser. We are also, let's see, I forgot the other community we're in. Binghamton. What's the other community? We got a couple of more communities that are outside of my district. And I say outside of my district because I cannot turn down anyone who comes to me and says, Smoke City, and tells me that they have a summer program for children, and could we help them with funding? And if they meet the criteria and can perform these expectations, then we work with them. So I just want the record to reflect that. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. And let's take this item down for a vote. Oh, as amended to $10,000. Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. Can we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
This item goes down with a favor recommendation. Thank you so much. Okay. And we'd like to suspend the rules. We have item number 9. Parliamentarian, can you please read into the record?
Item 9 is an add-on item. Item 9 is a resolution awarding county funds from the FY 2025 operating budget in the amount of $40,000 to School Seed Foundation, a charitable organization. This item requires an expenditure of $40,000 from the Milton Community Enhancement Program Grant Fund, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Brooks. I see no commissioners in the queue. Let's take this item down for a vote. May I have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman and Brooks. We have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favor recommendation. And this concludes the Committee of Milton Community Enhancement Grants. And this also concludes the meeting for, the committee meeting for April 30th, 2025. Have a wonderful day.
The chair of the Black Caucus would like to announce that we will not have a Black Caucus meeting because we do not have members here today. But I would, there are a couple of things that we need to address. So I will send an email in reference to Juneteenth, and in our Juneteenth activities, we're looking at, of course, an activity for youth. We have been solicited, if you will, by the North Memphis, the original Juneteenth provider, Miss Kathy Yancey Templeton, and she has a youth day on June 21st. And she's asking if we can support her with that. So what I'll do is send the flyer and information about it. I'll also send information in reference to my idea about Senior Wellness Day. I think it's important that we put emphasis on our senior citizens, and what a better way to do that than focus on senior wellness. So we're still trying to gather some partners and vendors to work with us on Senior Wellness Day. So I'll send around an email, and I need you to indicate your level of agreement or participation with those two things. So, any questions? Well, I guess not. Thank you all so much. And we will, and look forward to your emails. We stand adjourned with my announcements.
They didn't.